Chapter 780. Originally, when Fang Yuan participated in the auction, he had already expected that many clues would be exposed. He would leave many important clues for others to investigate. But the other party's investigation speed was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. But compared to the gains, this was worth it. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind. Using the dream path mortal Gu in his mind, he entered the dream realm again. Ever since he refined his first dream path mortal Gu, because of the Gu worms, he could explore dream realms more easily and efficiently. Dream realms were deep, there could be traps everywhere. But because Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he avoided most of the dangers. Initially, out of 10 dream realms, only 3 could refine dream path mortal Gu. But with the increase of dream path mortal Gu, the success rate increased from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was already at the top of the current 5 regions. After all, dream realms had just appeared. Even though the forces had some results, they had to start from scratch. They had to explore step by step. Like this, he did not stop for even a moment, using every second to refine Gu. After half a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan finally succeeded. He refined enough dream path mortal Gu. Using these dream path mortal Gu and unravel mystery immortal Gu as the core, he could barely form that immortal killer move unravel dream. With this trump card, Fang Yuan did not stop. He immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was outside. She was gathering Gu refinement materials for old ancestor Shui Hu. When she heard of Fang Yuan's news, she was overjoyed. She immediately stopped her mission and ignored old ancestor Shui Hu's punishment, returning to the 3rd peak. After seeing Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not hide the secret. She told Fang Yuan about it. Before Su Xian'er died, she left her daughter, He Lulan, a sense of kinship. Precisely so. With the help of this kinship, she could use the green grape immortal essence that Su Xian'er left behind. This allowed He Lulan to be able to use immortal Gu in Imperial Court Blessed Land even though she was immortal. Fang Yuan was not surprised when he heard this secret. In fact, regarding the secret of He Lulan being able to use immortal Gu as a mortal, he had many guesses. Now that his guess was confirmed, it was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fang Yuan still frowned. This is bad. Do not get emotional in the dream, otherwise it will be even more difficult and profound. Now that I have this familial connection, my immortal killer move's power will fall greatly. What do we do now? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Her worry was evident in her words. She was not worried that Fang Yuan would lie to her. Because of the Snow Mountain Alliance, both sides could not deceive each other. Fang Yuan did not lie. Unravel Dream's power was limited. Right now, the deeper and more difficult the dream realm, the weaker the effect of Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had a heavy expression on his face. We can only give it a try now. Alas, I was 70 to 80% sure. Now, only 20 to 30% remained. The time is too short. The number of dream path mortal Gu is limited. 20 to 30%. What happens if I fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will definitely be heavily injured. But as the dream owner, He Lulan is still immersed in the dream, she is fine. And there is another benefit. After Unravel Dream is used, a portion of the dream realm will dissipate. For He Lulan, there are no benefits. Fang Yuan said honestly. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of air. She was at ease. Suddenly, she felt that her tone was not right. She looked at Fang Yuan apologetically, wanting to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He stopped Fairy Li Shan's words. Fairy, no need to say anything. I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now. Our identities are being investigated. To prevent any problems from happening, saving He Lulan is the most important thing now. Even if we fail and the dream realm is weakened, it will be beneficial for the next rescue. Enough with the idle talk. Fairy, please protect me. Of course. Fairy Li Shan bowed solemnly. Immediately, Fang Yuan faced He Lulan, who was lying on the bed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the dream path mortal Gu in his mind. These mortal Gu were in his mind. They were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a mystical GU formation. After activating them, the GU formation activated. At the final step, Fang Yuan used Green Grape Immortal GU to activate Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. Unravel Mystery Immortal GU shined brightly in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up and entered his mind. After being converted by the Dream Path GU formation, it turned into segments of green-purple light. Fang Yuan opened his blood-red eyes. There was a green-purple light in his pupils, flickering continuously. Immortal Killer Move Unravel Dream. A loud sound resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. The scene in front of him changed. Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged, but he was no longer in Fairy Li Shan's secret room, he was in a hall. I have entered He Lolan's dream realm. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, he had an understanding in his heart, he turned his gaze and observed his surroundings. There was a banquet being held in the hall. It was the higher-ups of Su tribe. They were treating a young GU master with great hospitality. Su tribe's leader raised the cup in his hand, laughing loudly. Young Master He Cheng, please have a toast. He Cheng was sitting at the front on the left. He raised the cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe's leader. Saying so, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Many of the rank 3 elders around him cheered for He Cheng's generous wine bill. He Cheng cupped his fists. His tone carried the arrogance of a young genius. Fang Yuan observed this and had an idea. He looked at himself. He found that his identity in the dream realm was that of an elder of Su tribe. His aperture was filled with Wood Path Mortal GU, there were quite a number of them. Fang Yuan took a look and knew that he was a rank 3 Wood Path Healing GU master. Fang Yuan frowned. Wood Path was not his forte, and he was a healing GU master. He sighed internally, consoling himself. This is not my dream realm after all. As an outsider, it is already not bad to have rank 3 cultivation level. But I wonder where He Lulan is. Just as he was thinking, a woman walked out from the back of the hall. She was wearing a maid's clothing. Her face resembled He Lolan's. She was extremely beautiful. It was just that she had a gentleness and less domineering aura. Her aura was very different. It's Su Xian. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He immediately recognized this woman. Su tribe leader's wine pot was empty. Su Xian carried it and was about to pour some wine. But Su tribe leader pretended to be angry. Are you blind? Go pour wine for our Su tribe's esteemed guest first. Su Xian replied softly. She walked over to He Cheng's table with light steps. He Cheng's gaze was fixed on Su Xian's face. Only after the wine was poured did he realize it. Looking at Su Xian's beautiful back view, he quickly stood up. I have not asked for young lady's name. Su Xian turned around and bowed, lowering her head shyly as she replied in a low voice. My name is Su Xian. Su Xian. Xian. He Cheng muttered. Only after Su Xian entered the hall and left his sight did he sit down. Ha ha ha. The Su family's patriarch saw this and laughed. Xian is the daughter of this old man on the battlefield many years ago. I brought her back. My wife raised her by my side and watched her grow up day by day. Thus, even though she is a maid, we treat her like our own daughter. So that's it. He Cheng muttered. He drank again, but it was already tasteless. After the banquet ended, He Cheng was arranged to rest in the high-grade guest room. Su tribe leader gathered the elders to discuss the matter of killing He Cheng in a secret room. Tribe leader. Are we really going to attack? The other party is He tribe, a superforce with GU immortals. An elder was worried. Su tribe leader's eyes flashed with fierceness. So what if it is He tribe? As long as we complete this transaction, our tribe will be able to move to snowy mountain blessed land. At that time, there will be no imperial court contest, there will be no 10-year blizzard disaster. He tribe is a superforce, but snowy mountain blessed land is the headquarters of the demonic path. The elders' fantasies were stirred up by these words. Su tribe leader looked around, seeing that there were still people with hesitant expressions, he said fiercely, the matter has come to a head. What are you still hesitating for? Even if we don't do it, even if we inform He tribe. So what? We have offended Snowy Mountain, they will not let us off. Don't forget the lives of our Su tribe. We were all saved by that fairy. Since that fairy was able to save us so easily, she can naturally slaughter us just as easily. Startled by these words, the secret room became somewhat cold. The elders woke up from their stupor, finally recognizing this reality. Tribe leader is right. That Hei Cheng lad has already been drunk by us. I will make a move now and chop off his head. The battle hall elder said. Killing Hei Cheng is not easy. Don't look at how Hei Cheng is alone, there are experts hidden behind him, protecting him. Hei tribe is a super force, and Hei Cheng has outstanding talent, thus he has 5 guards. Su tribe leader said the information he received. Fang Yuan was also among them, he understood the meaning of this. Then please tell us, Lord tribe leader, we will definitely follow your orders. Yes, Lord tribe leader, please give the order. The elders were all excited. Good. The tribe leader was overjoyed, he quickly gave the order and made arrangements. He had clearly thought about it for a long time, thus he almost blurted it out. Fang Yuan was a medicine hall elder, a healing GU master, he had weak offense and defense, thus the order he received was to deal with the strongest guard with 2 other GU masters. The moment they stepped out of the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. It was a dark and windy night, the night winds were howling. A Hei tribe rank 3 GU master stood proudly, looking at the 3 people around him with anger and shock. Your Su tribe has such guts, you actually dared to touch my Hei tribe's young master Hei Cheng. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The 2 Su tribe elders, one attacking and one defending, pounced towards the Hei tribe GU master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to coordinate with them. I still haven't found Hei Lulan, it seems she is not in this scene. In this situation, I should have to kill the GU master in front of me to enter the third scene. Fang Yuan thought as he activated his wood path GU worms to heal the GU masters on his side. At first, Hei tribe's GU master was strong and had the upper hand. But after a while, because of Fang Yuan's continuous healing, both sides suffered injuries and gradually entered a deadlock. Suddenly, Hei tribe's GU master roared, risking his injuries to break out of the encirclement, charging towards Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him. Medicine Hall Elder, dodge. Chapter 781. The dream realm was dangerous. In this dream, every injury was a heavy blow to the soul. If one's soul was severely injured, they would become even more muddle-headed. Their hearts would gradually grow restless, and it would be easier for their emotions to be stirred up. From there, they would sink into their dreams, unable to extricate themselves. Seeing Hei tribe's GU masters charging over, Su tribe's 2 GU masters' hearts sank to rock bottom. Hei tribe's GU masters had strong battle strength, even if the 2 of them worked together, it would be difficult to fight them. As an elder of the medicine hall, Fang Yuan's strength was not strong. Right now, the 2 Su clan GU masters could only hope that Fang Yuan could persevere for a period of time, giving them enough time to save him. But since Hei tribe's GU masters had planned this for a long time, risking their injuries to kill the healing GU master, they definitely had a powerful killing method. Run. Hold on for a few breaths of time, we'll be there soon. Hei tribe's GU master quickly closed the distance between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood on the spot without moving, causing the 2 Su tribe GU masters behind him to feel anxious. Fang Yuan didn't panic at all and even sneered. It was all because he had not entered Hei Lulan's dream rashly. He had made preparations and a trump card. This trump card was the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. Undo. Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his right hand, aiming his palm at the Hei tribe GU master. At the same time, a greenish-purple light flashed in his eyes. Intense despair surged in the Hei tribe GU master's heart, his body became fainter and fainter as his speed became slower and slower. Finally, when he was a few steps away from Fang Yuan, he vanished without a trace. What move is this? The 2 Su clan GU masters who rushed over were dumbstruck. A killer move that I came up with. It's not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan lowered his right hand and said perfunctorily, "This is not worth mentioning." One of the GU masters stared with his bull eyes. He looked at Fang Yuan as if he was looking at a wild beast. "We killed him in one move, if we had known this, why would we have risked our lives?" Another GU master sighed. His tone was complex, there was joy and some resentment. All right, let's hurry up and go support the other groups. The most urgent matter. Kill He Cheng. Fang Yuan reminded. Su Tribe's 2 GU masters nodded. This was not the time to think about Fang Yuan's killer move. The 3 of them immediately set off and rushed to the depths of the grassland. Fang Yuan followed the 2 Su Tribe GU masters. After running a few steps, the scenery changed again. The night was dark and the sky was moonless. There was only sparse starlight. Fang Yuan, the Su clan's patriarch, and the other 2. He chased in the direction where He Cheng escaped. I see him, we will be able to catch up to He Cheng after going over that hill. While moving rapidly, an elder activated his investigative GU and said, I already said, he is hit by my tracking GU, no matter how many directions he changes, he will not be able to escape. There's no way we can run. The Battle Hall elder said proudly. The Academy elder died in battle, we have to avenge her. Since it's a battle, there will be winning and losing, life and death. The Academy elder had sacrificed his life for the clan, so he would definitely be commemorated. On the other hand, Su Xian'er dared to betray our clan and help that He Cheng escape, she is truly unforgivable. Saying so, Su tribe leader's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although Su Xian'er is my adopted daughter, I am selfless in the name of righteousness. After we capture her, we will deal with her according to the clan rules. Hearing him say so, the other elders let out a sigh of relief, saying together, clan leader is wise. Wise. He. A cold laugh suddenly came from the hill where the crowd was. Who is it? Everyone stopped. A figure slowly appeared on the hill. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. This person did not come with good intentions. Just the concealment method alone was amazing. If the other party did not show himself, with their investigative methods, they would not be able to discover him. But they did not know what GU worm or killer move he used. To think that there was an expert like you protecting He Cheng. Su tribe leader purposely stalled for time. The elders beside him immediately moved and surrounded the mysterious person, climbing up the hill together. The mysterious GU master looked around, but did not move, he still stood on the spot. Suddenly, a battle erupted on the hill. 2 more mysterious GU masters appeared, ambushing Su tribe's GU masters with vicious and ruthless methods. One was heavily injured, while the other was lightly injured. The heavily injured Su tribe GU master quickly retreated, while the lightly injured GU master continued to fight at the waist of the hill. They actually have helpers. Su tribe leader saw this and his heart jumped, he had a bad feeling. The 3 GU masters who suddenly appeared were all experts with extraordinary battle strength. They had definitely made many arrangements here. There was little hope of breaking through their blockade and catching up to He Cheng. He Lulan. As a healing GU master, Fang Yuan had been standing behind Su tribe leader. Seeing the GU master at the waist of the hill, his eyes brightened. He Lulan's appearance was the disguise she used when she was He tribe leader. She had a strong build and a domineering and arrogant appearance. Right now, she was fighting with the lightly injured GU master from Su tribe. She had a strong reputation and fierce battle strength, quickly forcing the opponent to flee. She was not like Fang Yuan. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan was an outsider. There was no place for him in the dream, thus when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of someone else. He Lulan was the owner of the dream realm. As the owner of the dream realm, she participated in the creation of the dream realm. As for her appearance, it was the deepest and most natural self-recognition of He Lulan. He Lulan, it is me, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he shouted and went past Su tribe leader, running towards He Lulan. Medicine Hall elder. Su tribe leader shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not care about his thoughts. With a few leaps, he quickly ascended the hill. Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you have such a powerful killer move. A Su tribe GU master who had gone through the second scene with Fang Yuan shouted and exposed Fang Yuan's identity. Fang Yuan? He Lulan heard this name and had a dazed expression, before her eyes shone with a fierce light. Get lost. Saying so, she waved her hand and a dark vortex killer move shot towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, The other two mysterious Jiu masters also attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted, shouting, "Unravel dream." Green and purple light flickered on his body. Be it the Dark Vortex killer move or the two Jiu masters, they vanished in a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? This scene shocked all the Jiu masters present. They stared with wide eyes. Hei Lolan's gaze shone. She was extremely wary of Fang Yuan. She suddenly retreated and ran down the low hill. "Hei Lulan!" Fang Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. Hei Lulan was the owner of the dream. She was dreaming. Unravel dream killer move could not affect her. "Chase after him. We must kill Hei Cheng." Su tribe leader and the rest gritted their teeth. They had nowhere else to go. They had no choice but to follow. Hei Cheng seemed to be injured. He was staggering not far away. Beside him, Su Xian was supporting him, limping and moving very slowly. Fang Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. This seemed to be a trap. Hei Lulan quickly met up with Hei Cheng and Su Xian. "Warrior, leave with young master first. I will stop them." Su Xian did not recognize Hei Lulan. She shouted anxiously, "You are a mere mortal girl with no Jiu master cultivation. How can you stop these Jiu masters? And now that you have betrayed the tribe, you are dead for sure." Hei Lulan looked at Su Xian with a complex expression. "It's too late, warrior, leave quickly." Fang Yuan got closer as Su Xian shouted. Hei Lulan sighed, suddenly stretching out her palm. It struck Hei Cheng's head. With a loud sound, Hei Cheng's head shattered like a watermelon. His brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Hei Lulan screamed, raising her head and shouting, "Hei Cheng, I have finally killed you with my own hand. No one can stop me from taking your life. Ha 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 ha." "Oh no." Hearing Hei Lulan's shout, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Suddenly, the scene in the dream realm changed. In the hall, people were toasting each other. Su tribe leader and Hei Cheng were chatting and drinking. The atmosphere was very lively. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. "Young master Hei Cheng, please have a toast." Hei Cheng was sitting at the front on the left. He raised his cup with both hands. "Thank you, Su tribe leader." This is the dream of reincarnation. The three scenes are repeating continuously. Fang Yuan looked around, inspecting himself. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder, but a guard, a rank 2 metal path Jiu master. Right now, he was standing at the entrance of the hall, guarding it. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength has fallen. Fang Yuan felt bitter. This is troublesome. Hei Lulan is already in the dream. She did not even react when I said my name. The more dream realms there are, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream has already successfully stirred up Hei Lulan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more Hei Lulan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up in this dream? At once, even Fang Yuan was at a loss of what to do. 7 days and 7 nights later in snowy mountain blessed land. Hei Lulan, who had been lying on the bed, had a change in her aura as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed at first, but soon became clear. She saw the 8-arm immortal zombie sitting on the floor beside the bed, and finally understood. So it was really a dream realm. I was saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also opened his eyes with difficulty. His aura was weak, his soul was heavily injured, and his mind was extremely exhausted. He had gone through dozens of rounds of reincarnation in Hei Lulan's dream realm. Using Unravel Dream to accumulate experience time and again, he suffered setbacks and failures. After many attempts, Fang Yuan was 1 step ahead and killed Hei Cheng, causing Hei Lulan's killing intent to fail. But the dream realm did not dissipate. Hei Lulan's killing intent and hatred did not vanish completely. It caused a second change in the dream realm. Only after the 17th change did Fang Yuan awaken Hei Lulan's consciousness, letting her know that she was dreaming. After Hei Lulan realized this, Fang Yuan took the initiative. After going through another 8 changes in the dream realm, the two finally overcame the difficulty and broke free from the dream realm. I will return first. As for the reward, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. He could barely use fixed immortal travel now. Reward. He Lulan was about to thank him, but hearing Fang Yuan's words, she had a bad feeling. Floating astronomy. Chapter 782. Western Desert. Gu. Jiyu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook, she opened her eyes and coughed out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. Tang Miao's face was as pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair at the failure of this dreamland exploration. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured, her vision was blurry and her body was heavy. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Brother, little sister is useless, I can't save you. Even during this exploration of the dream realm, I couldn't find you. She slowly closed her eyes, and bitter tears rolled down her cheeks, forming 2 tear stains. A moment later, Tang Clan's Jiyu immortals who had rushed over came to the secret room and stood in front of Tang Miao. Tang tribe's first supreme elder Tang Yang frowned. He looked at Tang Miao who was sitting cross-legged on the bed as he said with a heavy tone, to think that even though we spent a lot of effort to borrow rank 7 Love Jiyu from Xiao tribe, it is still not enough. In the end, I still suffered a crushing defeat in the dream realm. Sigh, dream realms themselves are strange and mysterious, not to mention that we are exploring thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm. Jiyu immortal Tanglan Ku sighed. The prophecy of 3 Venerables had spread all over the world. It was related to great dream immortal Venerable. Not just central continent, the super forces of the other 4 regions were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience and researching related Jiyu worms. As one of the super forces of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery greatly stimulated the Tang family's passion to research Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, the number 1 genius of Tang Clan, Tang Fangming, took on this mission, but not only did he suffer many setbacks, he even got lost in the dream realm. His sister, Tang Miao. In order to save her brother, she had tried many times, but to no avail. It was a failure. It was even more disastrous. For this dream realm exploration, Tang Clan had spent a huge amount of money and borrowed an emotion path immortal Jiyu, placing their hopes on it. He didn't expect the result to be so cold. Although immortal Jiyu are useful, they can suppress my emotions and prevent me from being easily affected by dream realms. But because of this, he seemed to have become an outsider. It was as if he had been rejected by the core of the evolving dream world. This time, when I entered the dream, I didn't even discover Big Brother's identity. Tang Miao, who was silently healing, said with a heavy tone. Sigh, it seems that exploring dream realms requires dream path Jiyu worms. Unfortunately, the Tang family has been exploring dreams for more than 60 years. He had only created a dozen or so dream path mortal Jiyu. And they were all below rank 3. More than half of them had limited uses. There are only 4 or 5 of them that are suitable for dream exploration. Everything was difficult at the beginning, especially at the beginning, which was exceptionally difficult. Pioneers are often at a loss, so every small step forward is a great success. No one had any experience with Dream Path. Everything was blank. After going through this difficult initial period, he gradually accumulated valuable experience. His advantage would snowball and grow stronger. At the middle and late stages, the advantage would be even more obvious. The difficulty of Dream Path exploration would be greatly reduced. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a period where Dream Path Jiyu worms were created almost every day. There were as many types as the stars in the night sky. It was a flourishing era of Dream Path. In the history of the human race, there would always be a peerless mighty being born during such a golden age. According to the 3 Venerables, this great expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. It was a pity that Fang Yuan did not get to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Speaking of which, at this initial period, Tang family was already at the forefront of the era. Even among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they were among the top. But the limitations of the era still restricted them. It was like a blind man groping for an elephant. They could not see the big picture. They could only explore step by step and put in a lot of effort to obtain some results, more than 10 Dream Path Mortal GU. But among these results, there were very few Dream Path Mortal GU that were practical and had high value for money. Using Earth as an example, They were like laboratory products. They were far from being usable for military use, and even further from being usable for civilian use. Especially when it came to innovation and exploration, not every GU immortal could do it. They needed talent and ability. In this aspect, GU immortals who followed the rules were mediocre. They did not have the spirit to innovate. They could not even compare to mortal GU masters. Tang family had many GU immortals, but only Tang Fangming was suitable for this. These 10 or so Dream Path mortal GU were mostly created by him. One could say, he was the main force of Tang family's dream realm exploration. Regretfully, Tang Fangming was currently stuck in the dream realm. As a result, Tang Fangming's exploration progress was stagnant. Tang Fangming's injuries were protected by the clan's GU immortals. But his soul was in the dream realm. It had already left his body and was nowhere to be seen. As long as he was in the dream realm, his soul would be continuously weakened until he died. Tang family's GU immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. How is my brother's situation now? After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other. One of them said with difficulty, "We can vouch for him, but there are almost no guts GU left in the market. We can no longer buy them." Tang Miao immediately frowned, asking anxiously, "What is going on?" The GU immortal who spoke earlier answered, "You know, there is only one seller of guts GU, it is a monopoly business. But not long ago, this seller suddenly ran out of stock, for some reason. Even though guts GU are circulating in the market, if the source is not sold, it is like water without a source. Now that it has dried up, the market has far more than what we need. Guts GU was the #1 method to strengthen the soul. It did not have any side effects, and most importantly, it was extremely effective. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once evaluated this method as the #1 soul strengthening method in the world. He was right. To Tang Fangming, Guts GU was a life-saving method. If there are no Guts GU, then brother. Tang Miao was extremely anxious. Her tone revealed a trace of panic, but she still held onto a sliver of hope as she asked, "Why did they suddenly stop selling? Is there no circulation in the market?" This time, it was Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder who spoke. "We have contacted the seller and promised a huge profit." But the other party did not reply. "Recently, Fangming's life has been hanging on because our clan has been purchasing the remaining Guts GU in the market. We have been holding on until now, but the Guts GU are decreasing in quantity. Now, there are almost none left." Hearing this, Tang Miao's heart sank to the bottom and her breathing became chaotic. Tang Clan had ordinary methods to strengthen the soul. Before Guts GU appeared in jewel yellow skies, they had used these methods to keep Tang Fangming alive. But now, Tang Fangming was too deep in the dream realm. His soul was weakening too quickly. These methods were useless. His recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without Guts GU, Tang Fangming was facing the danger of death. What should she do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at the GU immortals in front of her. "I don't care. If you had not given this mission to brother back then, this would not have happened to brother. Now that brother is in such a situation, you are just watching on the sidelines? You can't say that." "What do you mean watching on the sidelines? All these years, our Tang clan has been keeping Fangming alive. We have put in so much effort, we have paid a huge price. You are one of the people involved, you have seen it all." Third Supreme Elder retorted. He had given countless examples. He was not making empty promises. His words were true and logical. "I don't care." Tang Miao frowned deeply. Anger was brewing in her azure eyes, but she looked calm on the surface. It was like a deep pool of turbulence inside. Third Supreme Elder, no need to say any more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand, stopping him. Third Supreme Elder did not say anything. First Supreme Elder looked at the furious and stubborn Tang Miao, sighing deeply. Tang Fangming and Tang Miao had a deep sibling relationship. These Tang Clan GU immortals knew about it. When these siblings were young, because Tang Clan's higher-ups seized power, they were heartlessly abandoned. The siblings went through many hardships and survived. Through many fortuitous encounters, the older brother Tang Fangming became a GU immortal. while the younger sister Tang Miao became a rank 5 peak stage GU master. The two took revenge and fought their way back to Tang clan. Tang clan's GU immortals came out and negotiated with Tang Fang Ming. Eventually, Tang clan sacrificed a group of mortal higher-ups to exchange for Tang Fang Ming's return. Compared to a GU immortal, so what if they sacrificed more mortals? Tang Fang Ming judged the situation and joined Tang clan. Using their help, he helped his younger sister Tang Miao become a GU immortal. But Tang Miao was not as broad-minded as her brother. She was still biased against Tang clan, hiding her anger and resentment. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, persuasion was useless. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, "I have discussed with the other Supreme Elders for 3 days and 3 nights, there are only 3 ways to deal with Fang Ming." "Which 3 ways?" Tang Miao's expression softened as she asked. "The first way is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. Implant its soul into Fang Ming's body, and use a killer move to infuse the soul into the soul, allowing Fang Ming to get through this crisis. The second way is to use the blood path immortal GU that our clan has, to use a sensing method to forcefully summon Fang Ming's soul back. As for the last way, it is to seek help from that lone cultivator White Sea Shatuor." First Supreme Elder said this slowly, the sorrowful expression on his face becoming more intense. Tang Miao listened quietly, falling into a long period of silence. After a while, she suddenly laughed coldly, raising her head and chasing them away. "I need to consider this, elders, please leave." The GU immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She chuckled again as tears rolled down her cheeks. The corners of her mouth were filled with ridicule and coldness. "What best way? Once it is used, even if it succeeds, the soul will fuse, he will become neither a human nor a beast. As for the second way, the chance of success is less than 30%. Even if it does not fail, the soul that is summoned back will be incomplete, brother might not even recognize me. There is only hope for the second way. That White Sea Shatuor might be a lone cultivator, but his dream path attainment is astonishing, even brother praises him in private. But to invite him, there is a huge price to pay. These old fogies are saying this because they want Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritance that we have. Indeed, only this inheritance is able to invite the White Sea Shatuor sect." Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears off her face. "Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you." Tang Miao sat on the bed. In the dim light, she was as beautiful as a flower. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 783. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his crimson eyes flickered with a fierce light. After inspecting himself, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He could not help but praise, "I have already used it so many times, this Guts GU is truly a top-quality GU for strengthening the soul. In He Lolan's dream realm, I suffered such a severe soul damage, but I have already recovered in such a short time." He breathed in deeply, he felt refreshed, the dispirited and drowsy feeling from his soul injury was gone. "Land Spirit, where is it?" Fang Yuan called. Master, are your injuries completely healed?" At the next moment, the lively little Who Immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a swoosh. Her gem-like big eyes revealed a pure and concerned emotion. "Millimeter," the green-faced fanged Fang Yuan slowly nodded, "tell me what happened during this period of time when I was in closed cultivation." Little Who Immortal shook her head. "Many things happened, but they are not big matters." A moment later, Little Who Immortal finished her report, but Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, not speaking a word. His thoughts fluctuated as he tried to digest this information. In Central Continent, Crane Gate was busy trying to salvage the situation in the reincarnation battlefield, while He Fengyang was still rushing around to save that desolate beast flying crane Little Nine. The 10 great ancient sects had their own connections, they kept each other in check. The one in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After this immortal came out of closed cultivation, he used his immortal killer move Lightning Deity to challenge everyone. Right now, he had already fought over 20 GU immortals, with only 1 draw and 1 loss. His battle achievements were outstanding, his reputation was growing day by day. Many meddlesome GU immortals were already comparing him to immortal Monkey King Shalei. These people naturally did not have good intentions. According to Shalei's nature as a battle maniac, he would definitely find vicious lightning fiend and fight with him. However, Shalei had not responded. Central Continent's GU immortals were puzzled. Why did immortal Monkey King's temper change? Even Combat Immortal sect seemed to have become much more low-profile during this period of time. The other 9 sects sensed that something was amiss and began to investigate in secret. Fang Yuan already knew that Shalei had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm appeared in it. Presumably at this moment, he was trying his best to instigate the entire sect to attack the Grotto Heaven. Thinking of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, Fang Yuan's heart moved. Initially, he had no methods, he could only escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But now, he had Immortal Killer Move Unravel Dream. This was a supreme weapon to deal with star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. During this period, the exploration of the dream path is still in its infancy. Regardless of which superpower it was, they were still stuck in the predicament of starting from scratch. Every step forward was exceptionally difficult. He was breaking through brambles and thorns. His strongest move. They were Natural Dream Path Immortal GU. And these Dream Path Immortal GU could be counted on one hand. But I have a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, even without a Dream Path Immortal GU, I am far ahead of these forces. Fang Yuan's heart was burning. Unravel Dream could effectively counter dreams. Every time he used this killer move, it benefited Fang Yuan greatly. For example, this time, after Fang Yuan saved He Lulan and unraveled her dream, he obtained many of He Lulan's insights into the Strength Dao, the foundation of one's Strength Path realm. It had become much more substantial. Especially He Lulan, who had the great Strength True martial physique. He was born with a Strength Path Immortal seed. His talent in Strength Path was something that Fang Yuan could not compare to. After Fang Yuan digested her understanding of the Strength Dao, he gained a lot. If I can unravel star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, my wisdom path attainment level will soar. Even without a complete wisdom path inheritance, I might be able to create one myself. Fang Yuan thought. He Lulan was a newly advanced Strength Path GU Immortal. Fang Yuan gained a lot from unraveling one of her dream realms. If he unraveled one of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level would soar like a rocket. However, snatching the Immortal Venerable's dream realm from Combat Immortal sect is too dangerous, it is almost impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head. To unravel the dream, he had to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and get close to Star Constellation's dream realm. That way, he would definitely be discovered. With his current battle strength, even if he rose by a level, he was not Shalei's match. Compared to the entire Combat Immortal sect, Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, and the rest beside him, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan could not be compared. Unless I have Western Desert Tang Clan's Immortal Killer move, Steal Dream. I can steal the dream directly and transfer it to another place. I can slowly conquer it and nibble away at my heart. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Western Desert Tang Clan was one of the super forces with the strongest dream path strength in the 5 regions. Originally, even among the dozen or so super forces in Western Desert, Tang Clan was not eye-catching, it was in the middle to lower tier. But with the help of Dream Path, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, Tang Clan became the strongest force in Western Desert. Even in the 5 regions' chaotic war, they could look down on everyone, creating the great Tang Age that Western Desert's people recognized. Central Continent's situation, even though there were some disturbances, could still be considered calm. Fang Yuan coveted star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But the difference in strength between his side and Combat Immortal sect was too huge, he could only drool and feel envy. But thankfully, Dream Path was still in its exploration phase. Even if Combat Immortal sect took down Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they could not do anything to star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the short term. To make an analogy, This was like a piece of fatty meat, but the meat was boiling hot. Everyone in Combat Immortal sect knew that it was nutritious, but they could only watch anxiously, they could not eat it. Compared to Central Continent, Fang Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plains situation. He had committed a huge crime, he was being investigated now. The other party had great strength and rich methods. Just after the auction ended, they could investigate Fang Yuan's identity as Shuo Huang. They were not simple, they gave Fang Yuan a lot of mental pressure. But from little who Immortals report, Northern Plains situation was calmer than Central Continent. The GU Immortals who participated in the auction were busy digesting their gains, converting them into their own strength. Old Ancestor Shuai, who mobilized the number 1 demonic den of Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's strength to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU, this was already known in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. As the number 1 Righteous Path GU Immortal in Northern Plains, Yarrow Huang. He deepened his cooperation with Zombie Alliance. This cooperation caused Zombie Alliance's influence in Northern Plains GU Immortal world to be swept away. It was rising steadily. Qin Bai Sheng had vanished without a trace, but the prince's impatience, which Fang Yuan was most concerned about, did not make any movements either. The calm situation did not ease Fang Yuan's worries, instead, he became even more worried. The other party would definitely not let go. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains GU Immortal world. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains GU Immortal world, they would get rid of Fang Yuan and He Lulan. And it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance, even if Fang Yuan could escape. He would flee to Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He would definitely be hunted down and would not be able to live in peace. The other party is in the dark. I wonder if Central Continent or Northern Plains is investigating me. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. In a short period of time, he did not have any good ideas. He could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. The only consolation was that he had chosen to cooperate with Fairy Li Shan back then. It was the right choice. With Fairy Li Shan's information, Fang Yuan was able to quickly learn of any changes in Northern Plains situation. Taking the initiative in information would often give him a strategic advantage. At the end of the day, I'm still too weak. If I were a rank 8 GU Immortal, I would have the strength to protect myself. Even if I obtained news of Giant Sun's true inheritance. So what if I announce it to the world? Ah, that's not right. Fang Yuan thought of the rank 9 Wisdom GU. He frowned. If the news that he had Wisdom GU spread, even if he was a rank 8 GU Immortal, he would be attacked by many rank 8 GU Immortals. No matter what, the most important thing now is to digest my gains from the auction and raise my battle strength, only then can I deal with any unexpected dangers. A few days later, Fang Yuan's face was covered in soot as he walked out of the secret room with a joyful expression. He spread his bat wings and soared into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had already increased to 3 pairs, giving him strong flying propulsion and greatly increasing his speed. In the Northern Plains auction, he obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. Fang Yuan's killer move, true solid bat wings, was finally completed. Iron Crown Eagle Strength. While flying, he suddenly used Iron Crown Eagle Strength. Immediately, Fang Yuan's speed rose to an astonishing level. He was like a black smoke earlier, but now he was as fast as lightning. At once, Fang Yuan's vision turned blurry, intense winds assaulted him like blades slashing at him. The Iron Crown Eagle's strength lasted for a moment before its speed fell back to its original level. Fang Yuan's vision became clear now. He turned around and saw that he was 3 li away from his original position. In an instant, he flew 3 li. Fang Yuan was satisfied, but also dissatisfied. He was satisfied because this speed was extremely fast, comparable to some movement immortal killer moves. He was dissatisfied because this Iron Crown Eagle strength could not be controlled at will. He did not know when it would erupt. Unless I can refine my second core GU all-out effort GU all the way to Immortal GU, and raise it to Immortal GU, then I will be able to use Iron Crown Eagle strength at will. Fang Yuan sighed as he thought of this. His all-out effort GU was still limited to rank 4. Fang Yuan had a lot of wealth now, but he did not have the corresponding GU recipe. Not long ago, he took the initiative to ask about land spirit of Langya, and the answer he got made him feel both happy and worried. Lang Ya blessed land indeed had the GU recipe of all-out effort GU, from rank 1 to rank 5, it was comprehensive. But when it came to GU recipes, land spirit of Langya would not sell them. Even if Fang Yuan tried to persuade him, he would not compromise. Fang Yuan wanted to use a Dream Path Mortal GU recipe to exchange for it. But land spirit of Langya was smarter this time. He did not want to exchange for any GU recipe. He gave Fang Yuan a mission. This mission was for Fang Yuan to go to immemorial purple heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower, and collect its petals. Fang Yuan was extremely busy, he had no time to leave, and now that there were strong enemies, if he was careless and exposed his identity, he would be a fugitive, pursued by everyone. Fang Yuan did not dare to relax, he tried to raise his battle strength. How could he collect poisonous flowers? Not to mention that immemorial purple heaven was already destroyed. Even if there was a fragment world, it would be hard to find. Even if he found it, it would be extremely dangerous. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were common. With Fang Yuan's current battle strength, it was still too low. Forcefully exploring it was a thankless task. Floating astronomy. Chapter 784. This matter gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Even land spirits could not be underestimated, they would grow with time and gain wisdom or experience. Ever since land spirit of Langya met Fang Yuan had taken advantage of him many times. Especially in this auction, the 60-40 split of profits made land spirit of Langya suffer a huge loss. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. This was reflected in land spirit of Langya. He had become smarter. Land spirit of Langya pondered over this painful experience and reflected on his relationship with Fang Yuan. He finally recognized their strengths and weaknesses, thus he used the GU recipe to gain the upper hand in the cooperation with Fang Yuan. After all, it was the obsession left behind by long-hair ancestor. Fang Yuan was really choked by land spirit of Langya this time. He felt terrible. And Fang Yuan could not do anything to Lang Ya blessed land. It was not so easy to take advantage of others. Fang Yuan had obtained so many benefits from selling GU immortal slaves in the auction. Now that the repercussions had erupted, his mouth was filled with bitterness. Slowly descending to the peak of Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan retracted the 3 pairs of bat wings on his back. He stood on the spot and looked far away, deep in thought. All-out effort GU is only a small setback. It is not an immortal GU recipe after all. Even if I cannot obtain it, with my strength path attainment level and wisdom Gu's help, I can deduce the mortal GU recipe. But it will waste a lot of time and energy. At this time, there are many undercurrents. Deduce the GU recipe alone will not raise my battle strength. This is not appropriate. Actually, even if Fang Yuan had a complete all-out effort GU immortal GU recipe, Fang Yuan would not have time to refine it. The true trouble was with He Lulan. Fang Yuan's reward for saving her was self-strength immortal GU. He Lulan learned of this from Fairy Li Shan. She jumped up from her bed in anger. Self-strength immortal GU was her vital immortal GU, and also the core of her killer move self-strength phantom. Fang Yuan asking for this GU was simply digging her foundation. Without self-strength immortal GU, He Lulan's battle strength would fall drastically. Not only that, it involved self-strength GU. It was a memento that her mother, Suzian had left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was something that she could never give up emotionally. However, Fang Yuan, her, and Fairy Li Shan had a Snow Mountain oath of allegiance. Before saving He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan had represented He Lulan to sign an agreement with Fang Yuan that could not be violated. Unless He Lulan hardened her heart and disregarded Fairy Li Shan's life. He held on to self-strength immortal GU tightly. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan couldn't do anything to her. After all, it wasn't He Lulan who had signed the contract. But how could He Lulan bear to see anything happen to Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan and her mother, Suzian were blood-related sisters. When He Lulan was still a mortal, she had been taken care of by Fairy Li Shan. After she became an immortal, Fairy Li Shan disregarded the cost and nurtured He Lulan, treating her like her own daughter. While He Lulan was determined to take revenge, she was filled with gratitude and respect towards her kin, Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan had made use of this point to reach an agreement with Fairy Li Shan. He was not worried that He Lulan would go back on her words. However, this matter concerned her vital immortal Ji. He Lulan was not willing to accept her fate so easily. Ever since she learned of the situation, she had negotiated with Fang Yuan more than 10 times, she had threatened him, begged him with soft words, talked about the pros and cons, and even threatened him with the big picture. She had used all sorts of methods to get back self-strength immortal Ji. But how could Fang Yuan give in? Self-strength immortal Ji was the core of He Lulan's life. It was the same for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's trump card was the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Self-strength immortal Ji was also the most compatible, unlike pulling mountain and pulling water, which needed to be modified and modified. He Lulan relied on her immortal ascension to refine self-strength immortal Ji. When Fang Yuan had first received this news, he had felt great regret and regret. Immortal Ji were unique. He Lulan had this Ji, and she was an ally. It was equivalent to cutting off Fang Yuan's chance of obtaining it. Luck was fickle, heaven took pity on her. He Lulan was focused on revenge. She raised her cultivation level with all her strength, but due to her carelessness, she fell into the dream realm, giving Fang Yuan a good opportunity. Fang Yuan was black-bellied and sinister, like a shark that smelled blood. He immediately bit down fiercely. Even if they were allies, so what? One's own strength was the most important. Others could not be relied on, only oneself was the most reliable. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He Lulan tried many times, but failed every time. In her anger, she purposely withheld self-strength immortal Ji from Fang Yuan, and did not appear to help Fang Yuan use strength chi immortal Ji to refine airsac Ji. He Lulan's gaze was vicious. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of pressure. He Lulan did not want to use strength chi immortal Ji, and Fang Yuan did not have airsac Ji. Without airsac Ji, he could not sell guts Ji. In order to heal his injuries, Fang Yuan had stopped selling guts Ji. It was only for himself. Without this benefit, and the 2 stone nests constantly refining Ji, his funds were almost dried up. His immortal Yuan stone had already fallen to 100. To break through He Lulan's restrictions, Fang Yuan could use wisdom Ji to deduce another airsac Ji recipe. In this regard, there was quite a bit of trouble. Fang Yuan had already sold Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Ji at the auction. He did not have enough malicious thought Ji to replace it. Even though there was an entire stone nest of hairy men refining malicious thought Ji day and night, under the light of wisdom, thoughts were expended too quickly. Fang Yuan had expected this. His original solution was to increase the scale of production. But to increase the scale and build a 3rd or even a 4th stone nest, he needed funds. Hairy men, especially hairy man-slaves who were skilled in Ji refinement, had higher prices. Fang Yuan did not have enough funds. He could not increase the production. The problem went round and round again, as if it was tied into a dead knot. Fang Yuan went to look for Land Spirit of Langya, using immortal materials to entice the hairy men in Lang Ya blessed land to refine malicious thought Ji. But Land Spirit of Langya rejected him again. His request was to go to immemorial purple heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower, and collect its petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to Land Spirit of Langya. Thus, Fang Yuan's path was blocked. With airsac Ji refinement obstructed, there was no guts Ji trade. The guts Ji trade was Fang Yuan's main source of income. Without funds, there would be no malicious thought Ji, and Fang Yuan would not be able to use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Fang Yuan's plan to digest his gains and raise his battle strength. Fang Yuan was well aware that He Lulan was forcing him to give up on self-strength immortal Ji and choose strength chi immortal Ji. HMPH, He Lulan. I want to see who can last longer. Fang Yuan sneered, collecting his thoughts. He summoned Hu immortal land spirit and returned to Dang Hun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he closed his eyes and fell into a dream realm. Earlier, To save He Lulan, Fang Yuan had used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. He had expended many Dream Path Mortal GU. To use Unravel Dream a second time, he needed to refine more Dream Path Mortal GU in the dream. At the same time, in a secret area of Northern Plains, Wisdom Path GU Immortal Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of his closed cultivation room. He had an exhausted expression. He had spent all his effort to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of True Yang Building. He was exhausted. There was a lot of white hair on his temples. His youthful face had many wrinkles. How is it? Kai Hong Ming and the other immortals saw him and quickly surrounded him, showing concern. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of this deduction. In this investigation, they had obtained a lot of crucial evidence, especially when they soul-searched Zhao Lianyun. They had recreated the situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was a huge help to their deductions. But Old Oracle shook his head, saying with a desolate expression, "My attainment is shallow, I have disappointed you." "How can this be? We still can't deduce it. The culprit is not simple, he has hidden himself too deeply. It seems that we still need to gather more information." The immortals were elites of their sects. After some disappointment, they quickly accepted this result and started to plan their next course of action. After some discussion, Feng Joga spoke. "We do not have a clear target now, we might as well disperse and act on our own. It was not easy for you to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I believe that not only do you have the mission to find out the truth, you also have the personal matters of your sects. In the following period of time, when you deal with your personal matters, please gather more information." Feng Joga had the highest prestige. No one did not trust him. Most importantly, they had no direction now. They had important matters to deal with. They dispersed and left this place to deal with their sect's missions. Old Oracle and Feng Joga were the last to speak. "Lord Joga." Old Oracle hesitated. The truth was, he had already made a huge breakthrough in this deduction, but after he informed Feng Joga, the latter ordered that the news be sealed. Thus, earlier, Old Oracle lied to the immortals, saying that his deduction had failed. Feng Joga looked at him, smiling with deep meaning. "The collapse of 88-point Zhenyang Tower is most likely to be the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you deduced that the culprit is one of the 10 sects, I will let them move freely. If any clues leak out, we will be able to find out the truth." Old Oracle lowered his head and said, "But the result of my divination might be wrong to begin with. Don't worry. If there is really a traitor among the 10 sects and they committed such a huge crime, no matter how we clean it up, there will definitely be traces left behind." Feng Joga seemed to be consoling but also warning him. Old Oracle raised his head, his gaze was clear and bright as he stared at Feng Joga. "Lord Joga is hiding this from the other GU immortals. Are you not suspicious of my sect?" Feng Joga laughed heartily, saying frankly with an extraordinary demeanor, "To speak the truth, I have my suspicions long ago. I believe that the Ancient Soul Sect also has a secret mission for you." Feng Joga's words were filled with confidence of controlling the situation. Old Oracle's heart shook, he nodded. "Indeed, I will go now." Saying so, he moved like lightning, vanishing into the horizon. Only Feng Joga was left standing on the spot. His gaze was eerie and his expression was calm. It was unknown what he was thinking. Chapter 785. 10 days later, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Time Luck Immortal GU floated above Fang Yuan's head, moving around continuously. Time Luck Immortal GU was like a jade centipede. It was light green in color. Right now, it was floating in a small space above Fang Yuan's head. It was moving slowly while emitting a water-like luster. Fang Yuan injected green grape immortal essence into it while inspecting the GU worm inch of time in his immortal aperture. Previously, he had made an agreement with Lang Ya Blessed Land. He asked Lang Ya Blessed Land's hairy men to make large amounts of inch of time. Lang Ya Blessed Land's time flow was faster than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The quality of the hairy men inside was the best in the world. Thus, after Fang Yuan paid the immortal materials, a large number of inch of time GU worms piled up in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture like a small mountain of gold. An inch of time is an inch of gold. Inch of time GU was a mortal GU. Its shape was like a gold bar. The higher the time revolution, the thicker and bigger the gold bar. However, at this moment, as Fang Yuan activated Time Luck Immortal GU, Inch of Time GU was expended greatly. In just a few breaths' time, the golden mountain had completely vanished into thin air. Without Inch of Time's support, Time Luck Immortal GU above his head stopped. Fang Yuan sighed with regret. It seems that using Inch of Time to replace Lifespan to activate Time Luck Immortal GU is too much of a stretch. I have only activated it for such a short period of time, and the benefits in terms of luck path are close to zero. Like what Fairy Li Shan had said earlier, activating Time Luck Immortal GU expended Immortal Essence and the GU Immortal's lifespan in exchange for a boost in luck path. However, Fang Yuan did not have much lifespan left. How could he waste it so easily? During the final stages of the battle at Imperial Court Blessed Land, when he was forced to turn into an immortal zombie, he was already old and feeble. He himself had not used lifespan GU, that is to say, out of an average lifespan of 100 years, he only had 10 years or less left. If one day, he successfully got rid of his immortal zombie body and became a healthy human, his remaining lifespan would not change. In other words, when I recover one day, my body will become old and full of vicissitudes. This is a problem. Unless I can find lifespan GU before that and use it on myself. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but frown. Lifespan GU were hard to find and extremely rare. Normally, GU Immortals would not trade them after obtaining them. Even in the recently concluded Northern Plains auction, not a single lifespan GU was sold. Lifespan GU was only a mortal GU, but its production conditions were not fixed. GU Immortals searching for lifespan GU were almost completely based on luck. Thus, in many situations, lifespan GU were obtained by mortal GU masters and GU Immortals could not control them. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was able to find lifespan GU and increase his lifespan by hundreds of years. It was also a similar situation. Currently, the best way to search for lifespan GU is 88-point Zhenyang Tower. Unfortunately, I only obtained one lifespan GU from this immortal GU house. I gave it to Tai by Yunsheng. It's basically impossible to recreate the 88-point Zhenyang Tower. Fang Yuan willed as Time Luck Immortal GU turned into a ray of light, entering his immortal aperture. Even though his immortal aperture had turned into a dead land and would break apart every once in a while, it was still very spacious for GU worms. Time Luck Immortal GU floated to the side of another golden mountain. These two golden mountains were naturally piled up by Inch of Time GU worms. Fang Yuan had obtained a large number of Inch of Time GU worms from Land Spirit of Langya. They were piled up into two small mountains. One of them had already been used up. There was only one left, it was this one. Even though the results of the experiment were not ideal, it gave Fang Yuan a lot of precious inspiration. Earlier, I only used Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal GU together. If I add in other GU worms, or even form an immortal killer move, I might be able to greatly reduce the expenditure of Inch of Time. The effect would be ideal. Unfortunately, even though I can use the Light of Wisdom and have unlimited inspiration. But these deductions involve time path attainment level, they are my weakness. Facing this setback, Fang Yuan could only put his thoughts aside for now. Dream Path Mortal GU were still lacking, but Fang Yuan did not have any intention of slacking off. After taking a few breaths, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and entering the dream realm. After 3 dream realms, he refined 2 Dream Path Mortal GU, storing them in his mind. Such a success rate was already a stark contrast from the beginning. It was a huge improvement. But during the 3rd GU refinement, Fang Yuan failed, his soul was slightly injured. Dream realms had their own risks, not to mention refining GU in a dream. I was not careful and fell into the dream trap. Thankfully, I have Guts GU to strengthen my soul. Fang Yuan rejoiced internally. He opened his eyes and left Danghun Palace. On Danghun Mountain, Guts GU were everywhere. Fang Yuan used a few and healed the damage to his soul. Just as he was about to return and continue refining Dream Path Mortal GU, his expression changed. A letter was sent into his immortal aperture through Moving Perspective Cup GU. After reading it, Fang Yuan's face flashed with joy. He immediately gave up on the GU refinement plan. He chose a beautiful place on Danghun Mountain and sat down, taking out an elephant leg and using fire GU to barbecue it. A moment later, a figure flew over from the southeast direction. It was a female immortal with black hair and black eyes. She was beautiful and had a domineering aura. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew into the air, landing beside Fang Yuan with a cold expression. She glanced at the elephant leg in Fang Yuan's hands, recognizing it as the desolate beast drought elephant's flesh and bones. She mocked, "So you have so many immortal materials that you can waste them like this?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at He Lulan before looking at the elephant leg. In this short while, because of the fire, the elephant leg was already half-cooked, giving off a thick fragrance. "Fairy Lulan, I trust you have been well since we last met. Please sit." Fang Yuan said politely. He Lulan snorted coldly. She was still standing there indifferently, hiding her anger. Fang Yuan found it funny. Even though the other party was an overlord, she was still a woman. But thinking about it, if someone asked for his spring-autumn cicada, would he give it to them? Wouldn't he have already fallen out with them and fought them? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan understood, but at the same time, he warned himself. He Lulan's mistake was right in front of him. He could not ignore it. He Lulan wanted to take revenge. She took the risk of undergoing tribulation to raise her cultivation level, but she was careless and almost died. Now that she could not endure it, she sent her vital immortal GU self-strength over. At this stage, she could not underestimate the enemy and advance rashly. How could a GU immortal's calamities and tribulations be so easy to pass? No matter how talented or arrogant one was, they had to recognize reality. He Lulan was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. She kept advancing bravely. After suffering this time, she should be more restrained in the future. But it is all thanks to her. Otherwise, how could I have obtained self-strength immortal GU? Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed inwardly. He brought the elephant leg to his mouth and took a big bite, eating it with relish. He Lulan saw this and sneered. "You have already become a zombie. You have lost your sense of taste. Now that you have no hope of regaining your human body, you can only reminisce about the past." Fang Yuan said slowly and leisurely, "Fairy Lulan, you did not come here just to watch me eat meat, right?" He Lulan's expression was grim. Her tone contained anger and hatred as she said, "You are so gluttonous, aren't you afraid of bursting to death? Don't worry, I have a good appetite. Bursting to death is better than starving to death." He Lulan gritted her teeth in anger, trying to suppress the anger in her heart as she said in a relaxed tone, "Actually, why can't I change the taste? That way, everyone will have meat to eat. Fate is unpredictable. Who hasn't fallen before?" Fang Yuan knew what she meant. He Lulan wanted to use Strength Qi Immortal GU to replace self-strength and give it to Fang Yuan as a reward. But Fang Yuan would never agree to it. He swallowed the food in his mouth as he sighed deeply, sighing, "Precisely because fate is unpredictable, I have to become stronger by all means, to deal with my future downfall. He Lulan, you understand me. I have already made up my mind. I will not change it." He Lulan squinted. Fang Yuan was such a person. She was also such a person. She was about to speak when her pupils shrunk. She saw that on Fang Yuan's body, a ray of light slowly appeared. This ray of light was on his chest. It was only a phantom image at first, but it became brighter and brighter, condensing into a solid form, deeply imprinting itself on Fang Yuan's body. "Strength Path Dao Mark." He Lulan's expression changed. Just earlier, she had personally seen Fang Yuan gain a Strength Path Dao Mark. She quickly calmed down and thought of the answer. Her eyes twitched as she said in a hoarse voice, "So the Eat Strength Immortal GU that appeared in the Northern Plains auction is in your hands. How did all the good things end up in your hands?" Eat Strength Immortal GU had little value to other GU Immortals. They did not dare to use it often. But to Strength Path GU Immortals, it was a true treasure. Especially for He Lulan, her cultivation was at a bottleneck. She could not undergo tribulations to increase her strength. At this time, Eat Strength Immortal GU, which had no risk in using it, became even more important. Fang Yuan did not reply. He bit down on the bone in his hand. He had already finished eating the flesh on the elephant leg, but the bone still contained natural strength path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's teeth were sharp. Even though the elephant leg bone was hard, it was crushed into pieces by his sharp teeth. He swallowed it. A moment later, another strength path Dao mark appeared on Fang Yuan's body. He was not afraid of He Lulan going back on her words. Because when they signed the agreement, there was already a time limit. He Lulan came at the last moment. She wanted to try her best. But from the start, Fang Yuan was in an undefeatable position. Once the agreement was broken, Fairy Li Shan would die from the oath. How could He Lulan watch this happen? Come, sit, I will treat you to some meat. Fang Yuan took out a strength path desolate beast's leg from his immortal aperture. After roasting it, he handed the bone to He Lulan. At the same time, he willed, eat strength immortal Jiu flew into He Lulan's hands. He Lulan took it without hesitation. She swallowed the meat and bone, before activating eat strength immortal Jiu for digestion. A moment later, another strength path Dao mark appeared on her body. Even though it was not even 1,000th of the gains from the tribulation. But this method had no risk, it could continue to accumulate. Halfway through the meal, He Lulan sighed deeply, handing self-strength immortal Jiu to Fang Yuan. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Self-strength immortal Jiu had a new owner. R1152. Chapter 786. Fang Yuan kept self-strength immortal Jiu. His expression did not change. He only said to He Lulan, "From now on, if Fairy Lulan wants to borrow eat strength immortal Jiu to cultivate, you will need to give me a strength path immortal material as compensation." He Lulan nodded. This was the right thing to do. He Lulan was a formidable person. Seeing that Fang Yuan was purposely displaying eat strength immortal Jiu, she knew Fang Yuan's intention. She did not want to break up and deepen the cooperation. Fang Yuan forcefully took self-strength immortal Jiu. It was like cutting a deep wound on their alliance. Blood flowed out. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. However, compared to the only precious self-strength immortal Jiu, Fang Yuan lending eat strength immortal Jiu was more like giving He Lulan a way out. He Lulan ate the leg bone in her hand and let out a breath of turbid air. When she looked at Fang Yuan again, there was no trace of anger on her face. "Let's go to the stone nest." He Lulan stood up and offered to help Fang Yuan refine airsac Jiu. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seemed that He Lulan's situation was not good. She had almost died in this tribulation and was saved by Fang Yuan. She must have suffered huge losses in the blessed land. Fairy Li Shan had been supporting He Lulan's cultivation without caring about the cost. But now, she was in trouble. Because old ancestor Shui, who was refining fortune rivaling heaven Jiu urgently, the demonic path Jiu immortals of Snowy Mountain were ordered around everywhere to refine Jiu immortal materials. The task of gathering immortal materials was very heavy. Fairy Li Shan could only do her best. Fang Yuan needed the guts Jiu business to continue. How could He Lulan not have the same thoughts? Earlier, Fang Yuan had given He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan some profits. It was a wise decision. At this point, he finally saw results. Benefits could also form a chain. No matter how angry He Lulan was, due to the big picture and her own situation, she had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. On the same day, He Lulan exerted a large amount of strength, restarting the refinement of the airsac Jiu. Before she left, she mentioned her intention to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have the funds to expand production, but He Lulan was willing to help Fang Yuan invest in building the third stone nest to replenish the hairy men. However, Fang Yuan had to give her more benefits. Fang Yuan immediately agreed. The guts Jiu trade resumed. It was like a torrent pouring into a river that was about to dry up. The operations of the blessed land, which had been at a standstill, finally began to move like a horse carriage. The huge wheel slowly moved forward, rolling forward. Several days later, the third stone nest was successfully built in Fang Yuan's immortal blessed land. It was now in Fang Yuan's hands. There were several Jiu worms that needed to be refined in large quantities: airsac Jiu, malicious thought Jiu, memory thought Jiu, and inch of time. 3 stone nests. It was far from being able to meet the demand. This involved the problem of choice, how to make the most efficient use of the limited resources. Eventually, Fang Yuan ordered the first and third stone nests to refine airsac Gu. He ordered the second stone nest to refine malicious thought Gu. He had a large number of deductions on hand, thus he needed to refine either malicious thought Gu or memory thought Gu. Malicious thought was good at scheming against others, while memory thought was good at digging out information from memories. But if it was used to deduce, there was no clear difference between the two. As for using airsac Gu as the main refinement ingredient, that was because Fang Yuan found out Guts Gu could be sold in much higher quantities. Times were different now. The market for Guts Gu was slowly growing. Especially when Fang Yuan stopped the Guts Gu trade not long ago, he used them to heal his injuries. This cut off the supply, causing Guts Gu to be scarce in the market. The price of Guts Gu became very high. This phenomenon made Fang Yuan understand that the Guts Gu market had been stimulated, and he could definitely raise the price and quantity. So he thought, and so he did. Originally, the Guts Gu trade was done once a month. The net profit was 48 immortal yuan stone. After raising the price, not counting the profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan had 92 immortal yuan stone. It was almost double the original amount. Monopolizing the trade is so convenient to profit from. Fang Yuan's situation had improved greatly, he sighed, but also became vigilant. Because the profits of Guts Gu were getting bigger, the future was getting brighter, Crane Gate and other forces were getting restless. Earlier, because Fang Yuan displayed great strength, Crane Gate was restricted by other forces, they could not spare much effort to deal with Fang Yuan. Now that the profits of the Guts Gu trade were increasing, one day, Crane Gate would be more determined, they would spare more effort to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they were all competitors for benefits. The only difference between the two was that the righteous path's behavior was better. And the cultivation of Gu masters, or rather, the essence of human survival, was to protect one's own benefits while devouring the benefits of others. Fang Yuan was aware of this. He did not deny that he was no different from others or other forces. In terms of benefits, they were all jackals of the same tribe. To deter Crane Gate, there is only one fundamental solution. That is to continuously increase my own battle strength, to make those who act fail, and to intimidate those who want to. With such an urgent feeling, Fang Yuan successfully fused self-strength Immortal Gu into the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self a few days later. Although self-strength Immortal Gu was extremely compatible with Myriad Self, Fang Yuan still spent a few days to adjust some supplementary Mortal Gu. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I lack Cleanse Soul, but with self-strength, my battle strength has returned to the level of a first-rate rank 6. In fact, Myriad Self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance. Fang Yuan was contemplating after a long period of silence. He had already digested a lot of the gains from the auction. Myriad Self-Return had the power of an Immortal Killer Move, True Solid Batwings and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu, it was comparable to a Movement Immortal Killer Move. And deducing vaguely familiar face and so on required a vast number of malicious thought Gu. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was only one stone nest that was being refined at full force. It would take some time to accumulate enough. As for how to solve the immortal zombie problem, even though Tai by Yunsheng had some progress in Eastern Sea, Shark Demon's method was too costly and would take too long. As for Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, because of Feng Jioge's forceful interrogation, Shuo Huang's identity could no longer be used, thus the plan was obstructed. Speaking of which, I have already obtained this thieving heaven inheritance for some time. If I can obtain Luo Po Valley, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation will increase rapidly. It will be a good way to increase my battle strength. In the future, I can even do business in Luo Po Wind and Fog to increase my profits. At the same time, in Luo Po Valley, the negotiation was at its most crucial moment. Qin Baisheng smiled lightly as he looked at Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was dressed in a green robe, He lowered his head and thought for a while before laughing loudly. Qin Bai Sheng, I treated you as my best friend, but you lured me into this trap to harm me. With your strength, you cannot break into Lang Ya blessed land. Do you want to use me as cannon fodder? Qin Bai Sheng's gaze flickered. He said lightly, with your wind escape, you can advance and retreat at will. You are famous in northern plains, how can you be cannon fodder? Even if my wind escape is an immortal killer move, the #1 movement technique in northern plains, it cannot penetrate blessed lands or grotto heavens. Qin Bai Sheng, I cannot accept your invitation. Hui Fengzi shook his head and refused. He was a rank 7 wind path GU immortal, he was a famous person. Even though he had an ultimate technique, he was still very vigilant. Maybe because of this, he was able to live to this day and have such accomplishments. Qin Bai Sheng nodded. Hui Fengzi's reply was not out of his expectations. In that case, I can only forcefully make a move to keep you here. You want to make a move? Hui Fengzi's expression tensed, his eyes shined with a sharp light. All right, let us have a good fight, it will dispel your unrealistic thoughts. I, Hui Fengzi, am not someone who can be controlled by anyone. The moment he said that, he took the initiative to attack. Boom. Hui Fengzi opened his mouth and flicked his tongue. A huge wind blade flew towards Qin Bai Sheng. Immortal killer move, death wind flying blade. Good. Qin Bai Sheng did not move, he only smiled. The wind blade landed on Qin Bai Sheng, who did not dodge. Golden light shined brightly. The golden light faded. Qin Bai Sheng was safe and sound. What defensive killer move is this? Hui Fengzi was shocked. He asked in shock. My death wind flying blade could not even cut a hair on you. Qin Bai Sheng smiled without speaking. How can I fight? Hui Fengzi's eyes twitched, his fighting spirit fell to rock bottom, he wanted to retreat. Immortal killer move, wind escape. He used his signature move that was famous in northern plains. In an instant, Hui Fengzi turned into a gust of wind, flying towards the sky of Luo Po Valley. This was a movement killer move, it had allowed Hui Fengzi to escape from danger countless times, causing his enemies to sigh helplessly. The most famous time was when Hui Fengzi used this move to escape from the rank 8 GU immortal Yarrow Huang. But Qin Bai Sheng watched as Hui Fengzi escaped. He stood on the spot without a change in expression. Rumble. In the sky of Luo Po Valley, thunder rumbled, dark clouds rumbled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strong wind blew, and countless evil spirits and monsters showed their vague figures. A terrifying number of millions of them flew under the dark clouds. Hui Fengzi coughed out a mouthful of blood, it was like he had crashed into an iron wall, he was knocked out of his original position. What GU formation is this? He was shocked and uncertain, the unstoppable wind escape could not break out of this small world. Qin Bai Sheng smiled, he did not answer Hui Fengzi's question, he asked, Sir, do you want to consider joining us to attack Lang Ya blessed land? This time, Hui Fengzi only thought for a few breaths of time, he landed, Qin Bai Sheng, you are superior after all. Fine, I'll join your operation this time. Qin Bai Sheng chuckled, he was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing when to advance and when to retreat, he was a wise man who could adapt to circumstances. Since he could not retreat, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Bai Sheng's conditions were not harsh, even though Hui Fengzi was slightly unhappy, he had no choice but to join. Floating astronomy. Chapter 787. Zhengzhou State, Heaven in Heaven, Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was bright and clean. The palace was built with countless pieces of white jade. It was exquisite, beautiful, and quiet. Amidst the group of palaces, there was an old, pure white tower that was covered in scars, and it stood towering like a crane amongst chickens, causing it to be extremely conspicuous. The pagoda's name was Heaven Supervisor. It was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Its meaning was to stand in this pagoda and observe the world. However, the world was unpredictable. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable had unparalleled talent and wisdom, she could not escape the fate of dying after her lifespan ran out. After that, after the attacks of 3 demon venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal took over, and when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ruled the world, He also wanted to take over the celestial court, but for some reason, he gave up on the idea. Over 3 million years, countless traces of history were deeply imprinted on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Sometimes it was glorious, sometimes it was dark and gloomy. All kinds of vicissitudes had already merged with Heaven Overseeing Tower, turning into a steady and dignified presence, like an ancient tree that had grown from the ancient times until now, old and new. He was also like a bronze cauldron that witnessed the changes of the world, standing tall and firm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord used his walking stick as he walked up the stairs step by step. He was a rank 8 GU immortal, but his surging aura of an expert contained an intense aura of old age. His hair was white and his body was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. His eyes were dim and muddy. Slowly, he lifted his foot, or rather, moved it, which was more appropriate. He was like an old worm, staggering on the long flight of stairs, struggling to move forward. He walked step by step. With every step he took, the white jade staircase beneath his feet. They would flash with a faint light and emit a clear, beautiful, and melodious sound that was like a chime. The wall beside the old man changed as well. Light and shadow constantly changed on the wall. Sometimes it was a blurry fog, sometimes it was a colorful line with unknown meaning. Only a few times did a clear picture appear on the wall. The old man stared at the images on the wall. Every time he ascended a flight of stairs, a bead of immortal elemental energy would be consumed. At the same time, the image on the wall would change. The old man stopped in his tracks. There was an image on the wall. Vividly depicted a valley. Luo Po Valley. The old man muttered softly. A flash of brilliance flashed across his turbid eyes. The center of the picture. This was a battle between 2 GU immortals. A wind path GU immortal and a metal path GU immortal. At the corner of the image, several GU immortals were standing. They were looking at the center, watching the battle of the GU immortals. The scene continued to change. The battle between 2 GU immortals. The fight was not intense. After exchanging a few blows, they stopped. Finally, the scene stopped at this scene. The wind path GU immortal slowly lowered his head towards the metal path GU immortal. The old man secretly remembered this scene. Of the 99,000 steps leading to the top of the pagoda, only a dozen of them could display such a clear image. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to walk up the stairs. He saw a group of GU immortals in the deep sea. Most of them were immortal zombies. They were currently attacking a blessed land. A female immortal. He was kneeling on the sand, begging an elderly GU immortal. A young GU master was unconscious on the bed. A spirit incubating flea was crawling on his forehead, trembling slightly. He saw a GU immortal with white clothes and blue eyes. He was walking quietly in a forest in southern border. He even saw a dark swamp with an enormous blood path GU immortal cultivating inside. A huge blood path GU immortal was shrouded in it. The more the old man looked, the colder his expression became, the more anger accumulated in his turbid old eyes. These people have escaped the punishment of fate. Finally, he walked up the stairs and stepped onto the top of the pagoda. An immortal GU appeared in front of him. Rank 9 immortal GU, Fate. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. It had a weak aura and a red scar that almost cut it in half. The old man stared at this GU for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal GU house, but its first core, Fate, had suffered a fatal injury and was on the verge of destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes showing deep hatred. The one who caused such damage to Fate Immortal GU was none other than the famous Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate, he also broke the shackles of Fate, allowing all living beings in the world to control their own fate. However, Immortal GU Fate was not completely destroyed. However, even with the protection of the Celestial Court's immortals, Fate's injury could not be healed even after 1,000,000 years. The cause of this situation was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's doing. Fate Immortal GU's injury was not only on the GU worm itself, but also on all living beings in the world, those who had escaped the punishment of fate. The existence of these people signified the collapse of fate. Thus, There were two ways to restore Fate Immortal GU. On one hand, it was to deal with the injuries on the GU worm. On the other hand, it was to get rid of all the people who had escaped fate and clear the obstacles for Fate Immortal GU. No matter which aspect it was a huge problem. This was especially true for the second reason. The 5 regions were vast, and there were people escaping from their fates at every moment. It was very difficult for the Celestial Court to get rid of these existences. Even if the Celestial Court was the number 1 GU immortal organization, it could only control Central Continent. The other 4 regions were connected to Central Continent by regional walls. The stronger the expert, the harder it was to break through the regional walls. The regional walls of the 5 regions were like layers of protection, isolating the 5 regions into their own domains. Initially, when Fate Immortal GU was just injured, the Celestial Court's efforts to get rid of the escapees was quite effective. But just a few years later, countless escapees appeared like waves on the sea, unable to deal with them. More than 10 years later, this situation spread throughout the 5 regions. Decades later, immortal zombie existences appeared. Those who should have died were still alive. This was a classic example of escaping fate. This situation had once caused the whole of the Celestial Court to be furious and fearful. By now, humanity was prospering, and even Central Continent had an immortal zombie branch. Survival was a human's instinct. Even the Celestial Court could not resist such a trend. The goal of restoring Fate Immortal GU seemed to be getting further and further away. There was little hope. But the Celestial Court had never given up. Because every generation of the Celestial Court GU immortals remembered the majesty of the Celestial Court in the Olden Antiquity era, and the glory of the Olden Antiquity era. And the greatest cornerstone of this glory was Fate Immortal GU. Before star constellation Immortal Venerable died, the arrangements she made were mainly based on it. Thus, it could resist 3 demon venerables and protect the Celestial Court. Completely restoring Fate Immortal GU was equivalent to controlling the lives of all living beings in the world. This also meant that the Celestial Court would regain its lofty status. It would become a supreme immortal among immortals, a king of kings. All of his efforts would bear fruit. Fate Immortal GU had been restored by generations of the Celestial Court's GU immortals. They had paid an unknown price, and after a long period of time, it had slowly recovered and accumulated to its current state. Although it was on the verge of death, it could be barely used. Precisely so, all sorts of images appeared on the walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower. The escapees and Fate Immortal GU were irreconcilable enemies. But there were simply too many existences that could escape the punishment of fate. The ones that appeared on the walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower were only the strongest existences. They were not in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They were not concealed by wisdom path methods. They were the easiest existences to deduce. Soon. Using this refinement path convention to repair the damage of Fate Immortal GU, there will be a qualitative change. All the investments I made in the past will be worth it. Countless years of accumulation will be worth it. I will be able to get what I wanted. After the refinement path convention, Fate Immortal GU will be able to display 50% of its power. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord touched Fate Immortal GU as he muttered. His expression gradually turned gentle. The anger in his heart also calmed down temporarily. However, before that, I need to get rid of these sinners that escaped fate. All lives, from the moment they are born, their trajectories and endings are already decided. This is the expectation of heaven and earth, nature's plan. How can you be allowed to escape? This is a life that does not belong to you. Thinking of this, the old man recalled the clear scene when he climbed the stairs earlier. Before fate recovers, let me enforce justice in place of heaven, and get rid of these weeds that have climbed the highest. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. The light of wisdom filled the underground cave. Fang Yuan was here, his eyes were tightly shut. Behind him was the largest Lingji in the cave. It was the king of the Ji forest. It had already grown into a plump little tree. Its leaves were like a canopy. 7-colored light shone on Fang Yuan's face. His breathing was calm and steady. Malicious thoughts were surging in his mind like waves, colliding with each other. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The malicious thought GU that I had accumulated for so long was used up just like that. He frowned slightly. He was not satisfied with this result. He first deduced how to add pulling mountain and pulling water, these two strength path immortal GU, into the killer move myriad self. In the end, he used up half of the malicious thought goose stock, but there was less than 10% progress. This progress was too slow. Fang Yuan switched to deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. In the end, he used up all of the malicious thought GU, but the progress was only a little over 10%. My transformation path attainment level is still too low. Fang Yuan sighed. At this time, he suddenly sensed that a moving perspective cup GU had entered his immortal aperture. A letter was sent over from the GU. Fang Yuan opened it. There were only 4 words in the letter: "The time has come." Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he stood up. The person who wrote the letter was Fairy Li Shan. Originally, Fang Yuan had planned to follow thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luo Po Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan suddenly sent news that made Fang Yuan give up on Luo Po Valley's plan. This news was about Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. After Dongfang Naganori died, he made Dongfang Yuliang the inheritor of his legacy. But the latter was only a mortal GU master. To prevent other GU immortals with ulterior motives from taking this wisdom path inheritance, Dongfang Naganori did not directly give the wisdom path inheritance to Dongfang Yuliang, but placed it in a secret location. Fairy Li Shan had many friends. She was good at gathering information. This time, the information was that Dongfang Yuliang had secretly left for an unknown location, attempting to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. Floating astronomy. Chapter 788. Northern Plains, Tai Chiu. An intense battle had reached its most crucial moment. On one side were 3 GU masters, on the other side was a myriad beast sheep group. The 2 GU masters were at the front, but they were forced to retreat in front of the aggressive sheep group. The person at the back was wearing a white robe that was stained with blood. His face was like jade, but his expression was fatigued. He was breathing roughly and his eyelids were drooping. Suddenly, there was a roar. A myriad beast coiling mountain goat king led the elite sheep group and charged towards the 3 GU masters. The charging speed was getting faster. The sheep groups on both sides were like waves in a torrential tide, scattering and opening up a path. In a few breaths of time, the Goat King was already in front of them. "Young master, let's retreat. The situation is urgent. We will hold up the rear, young master, there is still a long way to go." The 2 GU masters at the front saw this. Their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted. But the person behind them seemed to be in a bad state, as if he did not hear them. One of the GU masters had a resolute expression. He made a decision and said, "Dong Po Kong, you are a flying master. Quickly retreat with young master. I will hold up here." GU master Dong Po Kong's body shook. He looked at his comrade with hesitation. Tan Wu Feng. The GU master who wanted to stay behind was Tan Wu Feng. He was a demonic path GU master in his early years. Together with water demon Hao Ji Liu, they were known as the wind and water demons. They were famous in northern plains. Hao Ji Liu joined He Lulan, but Fang Yuan destroyed imperial court-blessed land and he died. In contrast, wind demon Tan Wu Feng joined Dongfang Yuliang. He lost in the imperial court contest, but managed to preserve his life, turning from demonic to righteous. He had always been a subordinate of Dongfang tribe's previous tribe leader, Dongfang Yuliang. But now, Tan Wu Feng was holding up the rear, fighting against the myriad beast sheep group alone. He was using his own life to fight for precious time for his comrades, to let them retreat. There was no hope of survival, it was a death sentence. Dong Po Kong was shocked and moved. Although Tan Wu Feng was strong, as a righteous path cultivator, he had the motivation to join Tan Wu Feng. Loyalty, he was filled with doubts. Other than doubts, there was also slight disdain and disdain. However, at this moment, the doubt, contempt, and disdain in Dong Po Kong's heart vanished completely, and it transformed into a feeling of guilt and sorrow. In a moment of sincerity, he blurted out, "Good brother. I'll bring young master there." Tan Wu Feng's eyes widened. Looking at the flock of sheep that was almost within reach, He was extremely anxious and cursed. "What are you waiting for?" Dong Po Kong turned around and left while 2 streams of hot tears flowed down from his eyes. He knew that he had to race against time. If he wanted to escape, Tan Wufeng's sacrifice alone was far from enough. On the way to escape, he still needed his flying master's full strength. Even so, the chances of success were less than 30%. However, at this moment, the blood-stained GU master suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly raised his head and roared, "7-star lamp." As he shouted, his whole body shot up. 7 lumps of lights of different colors circled around the white-clothed GU master's body. Whoosh! A large amount of star thoughts, with the support of the killer move 7-star lantern, burst out. In an instant, this expanse of heaven and earth was dyed in a sparkling and translucent azure color. The starlight was resplendent and dazzling, and it illuminated the faces of the flock of sheep that were caught off guard. The coiling mountain sheep's myriad beast king screamed in fear, but the inertia was too great. The sheep group fell into the countless star thoughts. "Young master, Lord Yu Liang." Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong saw this. They were shocked and joyful. A vast number of star thoughts formed into a huge nebula that rumbled intensely. After a while, the star thoughts were mostly destroyed. The myriad beast sheep king and dozens of elite sheep could be seen. The sheep group lost their sheep king and started to fall apart. Under the splitting of several thousand beast sheep kings, the huge sheep group split into many groups and retreated in all directions. The blood-stained white-clothed GU master slowly landed on the ground. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Even though he dealt a fatal blow and managed to turn the situation around, he was already at the end of his rope. "Young master." Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong quickly went up and supported this GU master's arms. This GU master was Dongfang Yuliang. After the #1 wisdom path GU immortal of Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, died, he was the inheritor of his legacy. His face was frighteningly pale. He resisted the dizziness and forced a smile. "All right, we finally forced back this myriad beast sheep group, we can take a breather now." "Young master." Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong looked at each other. They were moved and in admiration. Dong Po Kong supported Dongfang Yuliang as he sat down slowly. He could not help but urge, "Young master, Tai Chiu is one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains. We have been here for 3 days and have already met more than 10 beast groups. The group of more than 10 people has only the 3 of us left. It is not important that I die here. But young master is precious. If this continues and something happens to you, what should we do? In this situation, why don't we retreat and try again next time?" Dongfang Yuliang sat on the ground. He smiled bitterly as he shook his head. "You don't understand the situation. This is my last and only chance. I have already staked it all on this. I am like an arrow that has been shot. There is no turning back and I cannot turn back. We need to make use of this time to rest and recover our battle strength." With that, he closed his eyes, held 2 primary stones in his hand, and entered into a state of rest. Dong Po Kong and Tan Wufeng looked at each other. Seeing the determination in each other's eyes, they nodded and sat down beside Dongfang Yuliang, taking out yuan stones and starting to meditate. Outside Tai Chiu, GU immortal Lu Qingming retracted his gaze as he praised. To think that a mere mortal like Dongfang Yuliang could enter so deep into Tai Chiu. This time, he pretended to be weak and lured them in. The coiling mountain myriad beast goat king sent itself to him for a decapitation tactic. He actually passed this obstacle. GU immortal Han Dong, who was standing beside him, snorted coldly. "This Tai Chiu is one of the 10 great fierce areas. There are desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts here. Even us GU immortals do not dare to enter. Dongfang Naganori set up his inheritance land here to guard against us." GU immortal Su Guang added, "That's right. Dongfang Yuliang and the rest are mortal GU masters. They have weak auras. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts do not care about them." With Dongfang Changfan's map, they only met ordinary beast groups along the way. They entered deep into Tai Chiu. If we go and a trace of our GU immortal aura leaks out, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would be alerted and resist us. GU immortals are here. The other 2 GU immortals heard this and sensed something. They looked towards the southeast. Over there, 3 GU immortals had just arrived. They were dressed in black robes and wore masks, only their eyes were exposed. Hair, another person who wants a share of the loot. Han Dong's eyes shined with a dark light, he said in a cold tone. The 3 black-robed GU immortals stopped. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan, and He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan was a famous GU immortal in Northern Plains. She had made an agreement with Dongfang Naganori to not take his inheritance. She could not show herself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were involved in the collapse of 88 Point Shenyang Tower. They had to hide their faces. The 3 stopped and floated in the air. They were at the periphery of Tai Chiu. They did not go in. They first looked at Dongfang Yuliang and the other 2, then looked around. He Lulan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. There are so many GU immortals at the periphery of Tai Chiu. I have already found more than 20. Fairy Li Shan continued, I have found 26, most are demonic path GU immortals, but there are also Dongfang tribe GU immortals. Fang Yuan took a quick glance and found only 19 GU immortals. Even though his battle strength had risen, his investigative methods could not compare to the veteran GU immortal, Fairy Li Shan. As for He Lulan, she was actually superior to him in terms of scouting. This made him secretly vigilant. No wonder Dongfang Yuliang is in a hurry to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. It seems that Dongfang tribe's GU immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, if they obtain this inheritance, they have a chance of becoming the #1 wisdom path person in Northern Plains. Even their own GU immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Did Dongfang Naganori make a mistake? He made an agreement with the righteous path superforces to not attack each other, but he left out his own GU immortals. He Lulan said as she frowned. She felt that Dongfang Naganori would not be so careless. Dongfang Naganori is the #1 wisdom path person in Northern Plains. He left the inheritance clue in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. This wisdom path method cannot be easily broken. Right now, the GU immortals are coveting it, but they are not making a move. It seems they are waiting for Dongfang Naganori to activate the inheritance before snatching it. Fang Yuan said. He wanted to obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance. A wisdom path inheritance, the more complete it was, the more valuable it would be. But now, it seemed that his wish was going to fail. There were so many GU immortals after the inheritance. When they fight for it, it was very likely that they would split it up. But thankfully, my battle strength has risen a lot this time. I can put up a fight. When we fight for it later, I cannot stand out and cause everyone to gang up on me. I need to strategize. Fang Yuan decided on his strategy. Even though he had strong battle strength, there were many GU immortals now. He could not fight them all alone. Of course, he was not stupid enough to fight them all alone. However, right at this time, a change occurred. A dazzling light flashed and faded. Dongfang Yuliang, Tan Wufeng, and Dong Po Kong were nowhere to be seen. This is a teleportation GU formation. It was hidden underground. We actually did not discover it. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were not so simple after all. This Tai Chiu is not the true inheritance location, but it is the obstacle that obstructs us. Quick, while the traces of the GU formation are still around, we need to go and find the clues. The GU immortals realized at once. They appeared and charged towards the depths of Tai Chiu. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 789. Seeing these desolate beasts appearing in their vision, there were even several ancient desolate beasts among them. The GU immortals flying in the air had to slow down as their expressions turned grim. As expected of Dongfang Naganori's plan, it was meticulously planned. He had already calculated today's situation. Even if they died, they would create a problem for these GU immortals. In the eyes of these alerted desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the GU immortals were invaders. Originally, they lived in Tai Chiu. They had their own territories and lived in harmony. When Dongfang Yuliang and the rest barged in, they were like butterflies or birds that flew into their garden. They could not be disturbed. But the GU immortals were like bandits. They had to be alerted and fight back with all their strength. They even had to work together to defend Tai Chiu. To humans, Tai Chiu was one of the 10 great fierce lands of northern plains. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce lands were the only blessed lands. They were rare habitats that humans could not invade. At once, seeing so many desolate beasts, the Gu immortals were hesitant. Even though they had the numbers, they were not united. Because of the wisdom path inheritances, they were wary of each other, they could not cooperate. And they could not fight the desolate beasts to their heart's content. Once they fought, the aftershocks would spread to Tai Chiu and destroy the traces of the teleportation Gu formation. It would be hard for the Gu immortals to track them. Those who could become Gu immortals were not fools. Dongfang Changfan's plan was so obvious, in an instant, they all understood it. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not important. We cannot get entangled with these beasts, we might lose our clues. Break through them and find the traces. Then we can follow them. The Gu immortals were still flying towards the location of the teleportation Gu formation, but they had to slow down. The desolate beasts were a huge problem, but the surrounding Gu immortals were an even bigger threat. If it was convenient, these demonic path Gu immortals would not mind. They could get rid of the competitors around them. Raw. A fast desolate beast got into contact with a female Gu immortal. This rank 6 female Gu immortal was called Hiruo. She was known as Peacock Flying Immortal. She cultivated transformation path. She cursed, feeling aggrieved. But he couldn't blame anyone else. He could only blame himself for being unlucky and choosing a bad position. Seeing the dire beast charging towards her, she did not engage in battle. Instead, she suddenly transformed into a blurry greenish-gray bird. He flapped his wings and flew away from the dire beast, flying towards the crucial location. The desolate beast could not catch up, so it turned its gaze to the nearest unlucky person. The green-gray bird quickly surpassed the other Gu immortals, becoming the Gu immortal closest to the crucial location. Naturally, some Gu immortals would not ignore this. A mere mortal killer move dares to show off. Waves surged as a rank 7 Gu immortal stepped on a huge wave. Stop the greenish-gray bird. This Gu immortal had a majestic aura, but he was so thin that his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and stuck close to his bones. His veins were densely packed and visible. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding Gu immortals showed wariness in their eyes. This was the rank 7 Gu immortal Pai Shuihan. People of the demonic Dao cultivated both the ice and water Daos. He had been famous for a long time. Peacock Flying Immortal Hiruo saw that Pai Shuihan was blocking her path. But she did not dodge. Instead, with a soft cry, the aura of an immortal Gu gushed out. Hiruo activated the immortal Gu. The greenish-gray bird immediately turned from blurry to clear. In the blink of an eye, the green bird's body expanded by 30%, 3 golden orchid finch tails grew on her back. Her speed rose sharply, she passed the waves and continued to fly towards the Gu formation. Pai Shuihan miscalculated, he laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, "Sure enough, after participating in the Northern Plains auction, you think you have the capital, hey." As he spoke, he raised both of his arms high up. With 2 loud sounds, waves rose to the sky, forming into 2 tall walls that blocked the green bird's path. Meanwhile, Pai Shuihan's speed did not decrease, he stepped on the waves and chased after Hiruo. Hiruo did not dare to fight Pai Shuihan, she raised her head and flapped her wings, flying into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves in front of her also rose. Pai Shuihan snickered as he got closer. But Hiruo did not want to fight, she wanted to escape. Pai Shuihan could not do anything to her in the short term. Just as the two were clashing, a figure suddenly leaped out from the other side like thunder and lightning. This person was tall and muscular, his skin was bronze in color, lightning coiled around his body, his speed was even faster than Hiruo. Fang Yuan felt that this person was familiar, he willed and recognized him as Divine Lord Tian do this immortal cultivated lightning path. Back then, he and Shi who had forced Zombie Alliance's immortal zombie Jiu Yi to use an immortal Yuan stone to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Divine Lord Tian Du saw that Pai Shuihan and Hiruo were chasing and escaping, He used a movement killer move and shot out. Soon, he surpassed everyone and became the person closest to the teleportation GU formation. Ha ha ha. Divine Lord Tian Du saw that the GU formation was getting closer. He was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Take care, Divine Lord. A white-robed scholar abruptly appeared in front of the divine realm of Heaven Capital, accompanied by a slow and unhurried voice. Ah, free scholar. Divine Lord Tian Du's expression changed when he saw this person. His speed plummeted. He knew that he was not the rank 7 GU immortal free scholar's match. He quickly shouted, Shehu, quickly lend me a hand. Shehu's eyes twitched. He had no choice but to show himself beside Divine Lord Tian Du. He was a burly man with messy hair. He held a skull in his hand. Divine Lord Tian Du shouted as he pushed with his palms, sending out a lightning dragon. At the same time, Shehu also used a mortal killer move towards Free Scholar. These two were not weak among rank 6 GU immortals, otherwise, they would not have dared to extort Zombie Alliance members. Right now, the two of them worked together and attacked fiercely, attracting many gazes. Come. Free Scholar smiled lightly. He flicked his palm as two immortal GU flew out. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, Shehu and Divine Lord Tian Du spat out blood as they retreated. Free Scholar stood on the spot calmly. He fought 2 against 1, forcing back Shehu and Divine Lord Tian Du. The immortal GU he used had extraordinary power, but he had already kept them in his immortal aperture. Nobody could see them clearly. Let's go. At this time, in another direction, GU immortal Lu Qingming shouted. GU immortals Su Guang and Han Dong followed behind him. They advanced rashly. Exclamations of shock were heard. It's the earth-traveling 3 elites. Stop them. Be careful, when they work together, their battle strength can fight rank 7. The 3 elites let out a dazzling light. The light connected and formed the shape of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be used by 3 GU immortals working together. The killer move had incredible power. The 3 elites charged around unstoppably. They got close to the GU formation. There were only 5 rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains. There were not many rank 7 GU immortals either. For example, Qin Bai Sheng, Fairy Li Shan, and others. They were all famous for a long time. In the GU immortal world, most GU immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites worked together, they had rank 7 battle strength. They were feared by others. Moreover, they had chosen their direction carefully. There were no rank 7 enemies. Because of this, the 3 of them got close to the teleportation GU formation first. The 3 of them were extremely fast. Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and others could not stop them in time. He could not stop them in time, and could only watch as the 3 heroes landed on the GU formation. However, at this time, a change occurred. The 3 elites' figures flickered and vanished. A huge desolate beast batfish flapped its wings and flew away. This is a ruin bat. Ruin bats are space path desolate beasts. This one actually has concealment GU. The 3 elites were devoured by it. Ha ha ha. Their lives are not in danger. But they lost the most precious opportunity. Some of the GU immortals were shocked, some were gloating. The ruin bat was not an exception. At this time, Tai Chio's desolate beasts had already surrounded the GU immortals. They were engaged in a full-scale battle. The cute and petite peach wolf, the phantom light flying horse that was as fast as light, the white-hooved ink dragon that was steady like a mountain, and the blood tongue tree that had branches that looked like long blood tongues. There was also the Chi Path rank 7 desolate beast origin returning peacock that could absorb the surrounding primeval energy, as well as the 3 desolate beast coiling mountain goats, and the lawless antelope that could give rank 7 GU immortals headaches. At once, the scene became chaotic. The desolate beasts and GU immortals fought intensely, while the GU immortals fought against each other. But no matter how chaotic the battle was, the GU immortals were protecting the crucial locations, trying to preserve all traces of the teleportation GU formation. Follow me. With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fang Yuan and He Lulan moved through the chaotic battle, moving around agilely, unknowingly getting closer to the GU formation. Moo. A bull-shaped desolate beast blocked Fang Yuan's path. You dare to snatch it from me? Gu Immortal Zhuozhan held a huge hammer and wore red copper armor. He was riding a fat boar as he charged towards Fang Yuan's group from behind. At the same time, Divine Lord Tiandu, who was far away, sneered. An immortal Gu flew out, turning into a lightning shuttle that shot towards them. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped them. "Don't move, let me use my method." As he spoke, countless Gu worms flew out of his immortal aperture. Rank 4 All-Out Effort Gu, Bitter Strength Gu, Borrow Strength Gu, Self-Reliance Gu, Refine Essence Spirit Gu, Earth Strength Gu, Water Strength Gu, Wind Strength Gu, Lightning Strength Gu, Fire Strength Gu, Lurking Soul Coat Gu, Breath Concealment Gu. Countless mortal Gu danced like butterflies, flying in the air. An immortal Gu was at the center. It was the Strength Path Immortal Gu, Self-Strength. While flying in a dazzling manner, mortal Gu weaved threads of light in the air. Immortal Gu Self-Strength burst out with a piercing light, connecting the threads of light into one, forming a huge sun-like lump of light. The light shone on the ground of the immortal aperture. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantoms stood quietly. Before coming here, Fang Yuan had already made preparations. He had activated this Strength Path Phantom army in advance. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self, First Style, Giant Hand. Fang Yuan chanted in his mind. Hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's phantoms stretched out their right palms, raising them towards the huge lump of light in the sky. Around the lump of light, there were already hundreds of group Strength Gu. They entered the lump of light. At the same time, outside, Fang Yuan slowly pushed out his right hand. Boom! A Strength Path Giant Hand suddenly appeared. The air within a radius of several hundred feet was torn apart. The giant hand pushed, the bull-shaped desolate beast was sent flying. The giant hand grabbed, Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu was trapped within. The giant hand clenched into a giant fist, punching towards Gu Immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned. His eyes widened like a cow's. With a cry, he fled. Chapter 790. Fang Yuan's giant hand had a shocking effect. It immediately attracted many Gu Immortals' shocked gazes. In fact, this kind of killer move design idea of accumulating numbers and erupting again was very common. It was like using the most ordinary fire pellet Gu to shoot out a fireball. How could it be more powerful? Most ordinary people would think like this: accumulate fireballs one by one and shoot them out at the same time in battle. That way, with more fireballs, the power of the move would increase. This was the most common and simple way of thinking. But everything was always easy to think of, but it was not easy to actually do it. How could one store the fireballs that were shot out in advance? Even if one accumulated a lot of fireballs, how could they be shot out all at once? Even if they were shot out, how could they aim the fireballs and not shoot randomly? Only after solving these problems would the Gu master have a killer move in the truest sense of the word. Thus, nurturing, using, and refining Gu worms, every aspect was profound and profound. Especially in the aspect of using Gu, innovation was needed. Even if a killer move was created, because of the differences between individuals, every killer move had its own advantages and disadvantages. Fang Yuan's idea of the immortal killer move Myriad Self could be said to have broken through the barriers. It allowed enslavement and strength path to fuse. It was a grand achievement. He had the foundation of strength path. He had also inquired heaven and earth during his second aperture's immortal ascension, thus he had deep accumulations. Afterwards, he made a huge sacrifice and risked his life by relying on rank 9 wisdom Gu. With endless inspiration in his mind, he was able to create the immortal killer move Myriad Self. In the whole process, Fang Yuan played the most crucial role. But the surrounding environment. Wisdom Gu, Immortal Ascension, and Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, they all had unique effects. The immortal killer move Myriad Self, which was the fusion of enslavement and strength path, surpassed most immortal killer moves in the world from its design concept alone. With this starting point, if Fang Yuan developed it in the future and perfected it, he could even create a brand new path. Thus, even though Myriad Self was only in its initial stage, its potential was absolutely shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition tactics. Leading an army, using cannon fodder tactics, using absolute numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Strength path, acting as a hero. Using all sorts of strength to strengthen one's body. He would kill any god that stood in his way. If an ordinary man was enraged, blood would splash 5 feet into the air. Within this area, a single person could rival a country. The two extremes fused into one, creating the killer move myriad self. Fang Yuan could use the power of a single person to summon tens of millions of strength path phantoms. He commanded as he wished. When fighting against He Cheng, the strength path phantom army forced He Cheng and Xue Songzi to retreat. There was nothing he could do. This was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path in myriad self. But now, the giant handprint was the exact opposite. It was the embodiment of the enslavement path transforming into the strength path. And the key to this effect was group strength GU. It was these ancient GU worms that entered the light lump of the killer move and mobilized the strength path phantom's power, adding it to Fang Yuan's body. There was another crucial point, self-strength immortal GU. If it was the previous cleanse soul immortal GU, it would not be able to activate giant hand. The so-called giant handprint was just a hand of the strength path giant. He Lulan had once grasped self-strength immortal GU. The strongest transformation of her killer move was a strength path giant phantom. Fang Yuan used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to save He Lulan and obtained her strength path true meaning. These true meanings were the final catalyst for giant hand. Because of all these factors, the current giant hand was formed. Self-strength immortal GU was indeed the most suitable core for the immortal killer move myriad self. With its participation, myriad self's development would take a step further. It would truly be able to transform enslavement and strength path into each other. Fang Yuan used this move instead of letting out the strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. He naturally had his considerations. These strength path phantoms all resembled his appearance. Right now, he had committed a huge crime, but needed to conceal his traces. Especially after the auction, his identity had been further exposed. And the killer move look-alike had yet to be deciphered using Wisdom GU. Giant Hand was suitable for the current Fang Yuan. It had great power but would not expose his identity. The giant fist continued to smash towards Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan broke out in cold sweat. He retreated quickly, getting further away from the giant hand. With a swoosh, the immortal GU lightning shuttle, which had just been imprisoned, broke out of the giant hand and flew towards its owner. Divine Lord Tian Du Fang Yuan was not surprised. The design of giant hand was indeed influenced by formless hands in the dark. But there was a huge difference between the two. Giant hand was a strength path killer move, while formless hands was the pinnacle of theft path. Formless hands could capture immortal GU, while giant hand could only imprison them temporarily. It was already a good result. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his move. In a few breaths of time, the giant hand gradually disappeared in the air. During the entire process, his right arm was creaking. Even his strength path immortal zombie body was showing signs of being unable to hold on. Now that he retracted his move, his firm and powerful arm actually turned limp. The tendons under his skin were almost all broken. His arm bones were full of cracks, his blood vessels ruptured, and his muscles were in a mess. Giant Hand absorbed strength from the countless strength path phantoms and condensed it on Fang Yuan. The condensed strength was too great. Fang Yuan was like a cornerstone. The giant hand I used this time only gathered the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms. But the power of giant hand can only reach this level for now. Giant hand can be strengthened, but my body has already reached its limit. Fang Yuan thought regretfully in his heart. His arm slowly hung down, covered by a wide black sleeve. In a short period of time, relying on the strong recovery ability of his immortal zombie body, his arm had already recovered. Even so, the power of giant hand was shocking enough. Zhuozhan was covered in cold sweat as he retreated several li. His gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with shock and fear. The surrounding GU immortals subconsciously pulled away from Fang Yuan. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's faces, which were covered by their black robes, also showed a strange and complex expression. The power of Giant Hand. They were both inwardly alarmed and wary. But right now, Fang Yuan was on their side as an ally. The two of them could not help but rejoice. These two feelings were mixed together. Naturally, the feeling was indescribable and complex. Especially Hei Lulan, she sensed that Giant Hand had the aura of her own killer move. She felt a slight sense of defeat. Far away, Free Scholar Yun forced Divine Lord Tian Du to retreat, grabbing Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. Divine Lord Tian Du was anxious. He quickly used his method. Only then did he manage to take back Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. Free Scholar did not achieve his goal, but he was not discouraged. He smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, such a powerful immortal killer move. In the depths of his eyes, a hint of solemnity flashed across. This is true rank 7 battle strength. Lu Qingming and the rest had just returned to the periphery of Tai Chiu after killing the ruin bat. Seeing this, their expressions were filled with wariness. Who is this? Pai Shuihan guessed. Giant Hand had just appeared. It was not a familiar immortal killer move. This is a strength path immortal killer move. Is it domination immortal Chudu? Many GU immortals could not help but guess. There was only one strength path GU immortal with such battle strength in Northern Plains. But right after that, everyone shook their heads in their hearts. With Chudu's style, he would not conceal his tracks like this. Tian Du Divine Lord took back Lightning Shuttle Immortal GU. He quickly looked around. Towards Free Scholar. He did not want to fight anymore. But now, it seemed that Fang Yuan was a tough opponent. He was also an iron plate. The 3 elites of Traveling Earth had also rushed back. He knew that he could not take advantage of this with his strength. His expression turned ugly. Although this was a long story, it happened in a short time. Fang Yuan released Giant Hand before stopping. His arm drooped down. Under countless gazes, he returned to Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lulan. He purposely lowered his head, not making a sound, as if what he had done earlier was insignificant. Fairy Li Shan walked in front. He walked behind her, walking side by side with Hei Lulan. Seeing this, everyone could not help but feel bewildered. Fang Yuan and the other two were wearing black robes. Their clothing was the same. They were mysterious and unfathomable. Seeing that Fang Yuan was willing to stay at the back, the GU immortals could not help but guess that Hei Lulan, who was beside Fang Yuan, had battle strength similar to Fang Yuan. And at the front, Fairy Li Shan, who was acting like the leader, might even have higher battle strength than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of people's hearts. This simple action was even more shocking than the Giant Hand earlier in the eyes of many GU immortals. Even though the immortals knew that Fang Yuan was trying to deceive them, when Fang Yuan and the other two landed on the ground and touched the teleportation GU formation to capture traces of Dongfang Yuliang and the rest, nobody stopped them. The immortals silently acknowledged the strength of Fang Yuan and the rest. Of course, the main reason was that the wisdom path inheritance had not been found yet. The GU immortals were astute. There was no need to fight now. In the earlier fight, they were mainly probing and obstructing. They did not reveal their trump cards or attack with full strength. Fang Yuan and the other two searched for clues together. After a few breaths of time, they gasped in surprise. What a good teleportation GU formation, Fairy Li Shan purposely said in a hoarse voice. As expected of Dongfang Naganori, he purposely left behind a GU formation to mislead us. Hei Lulan continued. The clues here definitely have the correct answer, but to find Dongfang Yuliang, we will need luck. Fang Yuan continued. What do you mean? A GU immortal did not understand. He asked loudly. Fang Yuan and the other two did not answer. They suddenly flew into the sky. They left Tai Chiu and split into 3 directions, vanishing from everyone's sight. Next, Free Scholar also landed on the ground. He investigated and found that Fang Yuan and the rest were not lying. It turned out that Dongfang Naganori had tampered with the teleportation GU formation. He did not intentionally destroy the GU formation, because this GU formation could only teleport mortal GU masters. It could not teleport immortals. After destroying the GU formation, Capable GU immortals would be able to find even the slightest clue and find Dongfang Yuliang. After all, Dongfang Naganori was good at scheming, he was not good at setting up a teleportation GU formation. But purposely leaving behind clues and hiding the correct clues, it was hard to distinguish them from the real ones. This way, the GU immortals would split up. Even if someone found Dongfang Yuliang, it would greatly reduce the latter's pressure. Earlier, Fang Yuan and the other two chose the three most likely directions. Free Scholar thought about it, he chose the fourth direction and left Tai Chiu. After him, the GU immortals arrived one by one, they obtained the clues and left in all directions. Finally, only Dongfang tribe's GU immortals were left. These GU immortals are really crafty, none of them destroyed the teleportation GU formation. Even if they destroyed the GU formation, there would be clues left behind. These demonic path GU immortals could reach this point, they would not do something so unrewarding. That's right, they are still hoping that even if they fail, someone will find the correct clue. By then, they will cause a commotion and go fight for it. Alright, let's go down and see if there are any clues. Chapter 791. Alright, let's go down and see if there are any clues. Dongfang Wanxiu said as he deactivated his concealment method, arriving at the place where Dongfang Yuliang vanished. First Supreme Elder, didn't Lord Dongfang Naganori specially take care of him before his death? The clan GU immortals beside him were very puzzled. That's right, First Elder specially summoned us here. Right now, the entire tribe has no GU immortal battle strength left to defend it. I thought that the Great Elder already had some clues in his hands. The GU immortals expressed their worries. Dongfang Wanxiu heaved a long sigh, saying in a melancholic tone, "Don't call me First Elder, in my heart, only Lord Dongfang Naganori is our tribe's first Supreme Elder. We all know that Lord Wn Xiu was personally guided by Lord Changfan. But now, Lord Changfan has already passed away, who can avoid death? In my opinion, we need to focus on the present. Right. Right now, this matter concerns Lord Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. It attracted so many demonic path GU immortals. Although our tribe is one of the super forces, if we are not careful, we might face the danger of being overturned. We need to be prudent in our actions. If not for Lord Wn Xiu speaking frankly that this was Lord Changfan's arrangement before his death, we would have to leave behind at least one GU immortal battle strength to guard against the unexpected and preserve our tribe's seed. Now that we are all gathered here, it is very dangerous. The GU immortals followed closely behind Dongfang Wanxiu, speaking one after another. Dongfang Wanxiu waved his hand, "Everyone, don't be anxious, although I do not have the correct clues, I have a way to obtain the correct clues." Saying so, he closed his eyes. He calmly inspected the aura clues left behind by the teleportation GU formation. The aura of the GU formation was ever-changing, every time Dongfang Wanxiu inspected it, it would be different. Dongfang Wanxiu followed the instructions given to him by Dongfang Naganori before his death. He memorized these aura clues and continued to investigate them. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and flew into the air, saying to the others, "Follow me." Where is this place? Dongfang Yuliang gradually woke up from his coma. He opened his eyes, and his vision gradually turned from blurry to clear. He had a splitting headache. In fact, it wasn't just his head. His entire body was covered in wounds. His internal organs were bleeding, and there were fractures in many places. I followed the map left behind by Lord Changfan and have only walked halfway. How did I end up here? Dongfang Yuliang was puzzled. He pondered. At the same time, he immediately began to heal his injuries. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and methods, his injuries were quickly healed. I remember the three of us were meditating and absorbing the Prime Val energy in the Yuan Stone when the teleportation GU formation activated and teleported us here. Could it be that the map that Master Dongfang Naganori left me is also fake? Or rather, the latter part was fake. The real destination is halfway there. Dongfang Yuliang felt that this guess was more reliable. Based on his understanding of Dongfang Naganori's temperament was really capable of doing such a thing. This arrangement. It was also to prevent a wisdom path GU immortal from making a move. The GU immortals of other paths were afraid of breaking the clue of Dongfang Yuliang, and were wary of each other, thus they chose to stay behind and wait for an opportunity. Wisdom path GU immortals had the ability to search the mind and extract the clues from the map. They could definitely find the correct clues. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong were teleported together with me, but they are nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it was nearby, but who knew? I should find them first before exploring this palace. After a while, Dongfang Yuliang healed his injuries and started to search around. Looking around, he found that this place seemed to be a group of palaces. And he himself was inside one of the palaces. The palace was luxurious and dilapidated. It was a huge ruin. Dongfang Yuliang was vigilant, but there was nothing in the palace. No enemies had appeared. Tan Wu Feng, young master. After walking for a while, Dongfang Yuliang met Tan Wu Feng. The latter was also looking for him. Not long after the two met, they found Dong Po Kong at the exit of the palace. Dong Po Kong was still unconscious, lying on the ground. Dongfang Yuliang and Tan Wu Feng worked together to save him. The three reunited and were overjoyed. Naturally, Dongfang Yuliang was the leader. After thinking about it, he decided, if I am not wrong, this should be Lord Chang Fan's inheritance ground. The first palace has already been searched, there are no clues, let's go to the second palace to take a look. As he expected, the three went to the second palace and faced a test at the center of the palace. This was a difficult case. Clues and evidence were given, some were real and some were fake. Time was given. Dongfang Yuliang had to use wisdom path methods to think within a limited time, not only to find the fake evidence, but also to deduce the truth of this case. Dongfang Yuliang was worthy of being Dongfang Naganori's successor. He passed the test in less than a third of the time and obtained a set of rank 5 wisdom path GU worms as a generous reward. Dongfang Yuliang's strength increased greatly. He entered the third palace. This test was an incomplete GU recipe. It tested Dongfang Yuliang and required him to deduce it within 30 minutes. Boom! A strength path giant hand slammed down like a small mountain. Baa! The giant horned sheep let out a mournful cry. It was heavily injured and was completely pressed to the ground by the giant hand. This desolate beast struggled fiercely, but the giant hand pressed down on its body. Eventually, it used up all its strength and gave up resisting, no longer moving. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, joy flashing in his eyes. He followed the clues and searched for the past, but they were all fake. When he reached the fifth clue in his memory, he encountered this desolate beast giant horned sheep. Fang Yuan was excited. He started an intense battle with the giant horned sheep. Ever since he connected his luck with Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Han Li and the rest, Fang Yuan's luck path was no longer a flaw. He encountered no troublesome GU worms on this giant horned sheep. Giant Hand was very useful. It was used repeatedly and countered the giant horned sheep, quickly suppressing it. The entire battle. There were no setbacks. Fang Yuan continued to accumulate his advantage, eventually turning it into complete victory, capturing the giant horned sheep alive. The giant horned sheep is a pure strength path desolate beast. I raised it in my blessed land. Every once in a while, I can harvest its meat and use Eat Strength Immortal GU to increase the strength path Dao marks on my body. I did not expect to see it here. Capturing a giant horned sheep alive is a pleasant surprise. Fang Yuan breathed slowly. His immortal zombie injuries had already healed. He willed. The giant hand slowly grabbed the giant horned sheep and sent it into his immortal aperture. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal GU, he often bought strength path ingredients from Jewel Yellow Skies, spending a lot. It was fine if it happened once or twice. But in the long run, this huge expenditure made Fang Yuan's heart ache. He had already planned to raise some strength path desolate beasts as a long-term investment. But it was rare to buy desolate beasts in Jewel Yellow Skies, not to mention that Fang Yuan was only buying pure strength path desolate beasts. Extorting self-strength immortal GU was the right decision. My battle strength has returned to rank 7, and even Giant Hand can compare to the strength path phantom army. I need to be more practical. Ordinary desolate beasts like the giant horned sheep are no longer my match. Even if I face the swamp crab that destroyed Dang Hun Mountain, I can also defeat it head-on. Even if it has Gruel Mud Immortal GU, it can protect Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan clenched his monstrous claws, enjoying the feeling of controlling the situation. He was calm and unhurried, he was not anxious. He understood the situation. There were too many wolves, but there was only one prey. With his strength alone, the possibility of him annexing Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very low. If there are no accidents, even if I obtain this wisdom path inheritance, it will be incomplete. Sigh, I wonder when I can obtain a truly complete wisdom path inheritance. Fang Yuan was thinking when Fairy Li Shan's information was transmitted from his immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan's information-gathering ability was something Fang Yuan could not compare to. It turned out that someone had already discovered the true location of Dongfang Naganori's inheritance, and had already started fighting over there. Precisely because of this, the commotion was huge, attracting more and more GU immortals. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan successfully met up, and when they arrived, there were already more than 10 GU immortals pacing around the periphery. Ah, it's them. Be careful, these three are very mysterious, they are somewhat unfathomable. I just returned from the southeast direction, I saw that person use giant hand to capture a giant horned sheep desolate beast. Demonic Path GU immortals valued strength the most. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed made them wary. Thus, when they flew over, the GU immortals in the air subconsciously made way for them. This is the inheritance location. Dongfang Naganori really racked his brains. Fang Yuan looked down and said with deep emotions. Below him was the corpse of a ruined bat. This ruined bat was not simple, it was an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, it could battle rank 8 GU immortals. It was a space path desolate beast, its corpse had countless space path Dao marks. These Dao marks affected this space, creating a group of illusory palaces. As long as one stepped into its range, they would be pulled into the palace. Unless one was a rank 8 GU immortal, only they could resist this enormous force. This ruined bat died in the depths of Tai Chiu, there were no desolate beasts in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. This was a forbidden area among forbidden areas, a dangerous place among dangerous areas. Dongfang Naganori was only a rank 7 GU immortal, but he could actually set up a wisdom path inheritance here. This showed that he was indeed the number 1 wisdom path GU immortal in Northern Plains. He was truly extraordinary. Just as the immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dongfang Yuliang had already entered the 8th palace. You are finally here, the successor that I have my eyes on. A nebula formed into Dongfang Naganori's appearing in front of Dongfang Yuliang's group. Teacher. Dongfang Yuliang kowtowed with tears in his eyes. Nebula nodded, looking down at Dongfang Yuliang. To be able to enter, you have great talent. This is not the final palace, but it is the end of the inheritance. As long as you perfect this GU formation and activate it, you will completely inherit this wisdom path inheritance and obtain my wisdom path immortal GU. Teacher, I will do my best. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shone with intense fighting spirit. Chapter 792. Boom boom boom. Loud explosions rang out incessantly. Even though they only had rank 6 battle immortals were fighting very difficult to deal with. Since they found the true inheritance ground, the demonic deal with them in a short period of time. Always pragmatic. But the two were experienced. They did not hesitate after fighting a few times. Flew down. They recognized the situation and calmed down. Chose the immemorial to deal with the phobos as the wisdom path inheritance ground. Lu Qingming's side was in danger. The phantom beast army was alerted, suddenly turned phantom cloud. Its speed increased from the demonic path GU immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming, had strange appearances. Was caught off guard. They did not fear death. He was trapped inside but the phantom beast's body. Several desolate beast-level phantom beasts Han Dong could not touch the phantom beast GU immortals. While the phantom beast could not harm Han Dong. Have always been rare, but at the next moment, can only be found in places with dense space path Dao marks. Han Dong was trapped inside the phantom beast's body. He Lulan fought as she cursed. The phantom beast roared proudly. It flew up and brought Han-dong away from Lu Qingming. Although she could use strength Chi immortal Ji to replace it and use the strength path the traveling giant killer move, when they worked together for her to show herself rank 7 Ji immortals. She was quite helpless in dealing together. It was not as good as fighting alone. Fairy Li Shan Han-dong left, phantom remaining can turn battle strength and avoid all attacks. They were no longer as strong as before. The phantom path of Jiu Masters was inspired by Jiu immortal and tried to save Han-dong from phantom beasts. The phantom beast, as long as no ancient desolate beast level phantom beasts appear, we will be able to enter the immemorial ruin bat's corpse sooner Han-dong or later. Was also attacking inside its stomach. A large phantom beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Long wind halfway through its flight. It was already exhausted and coughed out blood. Fang Yuan, how can this phantom beast be so blocking in front of the two? When they fought earlier, it was very giant hand, but when it was attacked, a strength path giant hand appeared and dodged. Its 5 fingers stretched out as it grabbed at Su Guang shouted anxiously. Giant hands were heavy and powerful. Expression was grim, but as it clawed down, the battle must be a mastermind behind this group of over 1,000 phantom beasts. I underestimated you. Most of the phantom beasts the nebula blurry figures. Only a few translucent traces were left with his arms behind his back. When Fang Yuan slowly retracted his dazzling starlight giant hand, his thick body was shrinking at a visible rate. They turned solid and charged at Fang Yuan. This was the style of the #1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Fairy Li Shan, even though he was beside him, the methods he left behind could be used, and even manipulated this phantom beast. The flames burned in the air for several miles, forming a barrier in the air. The void beasts charged into the sea of flames. Dongfang Yuliang was sweating profusely. He turned out all of his potential to complete this GU formation. His charging this GU formation was the final test. Just as they rushed out at the edge of the sea of fire, the immortal GU left behind by Dongfang Naganori. He raised his hand and wisdom path inheritance. Pucci. This time, Fang Yuan gripped it firmly. Hundreds of virtual beasts were crushed into a bloody pulp, instantly losing their lives. The hand slowly opened, and blood and bone fragments fell like rain. Between the 5 fingers, there was blood. There were over 1,000 foe beasts in this group. However, most of them died on the spot after being grabbed by Fang Yuan. The remaining foe beasts lost their will to fight in the face of the majestic Fang Yuan and fled in all directions. With a flip of his hand, Fang Yuan killed this group of foe beasts. However, he was not pleased with himself. Instead, his expression turned grave as he said, "These ordinary foe beasts are still manageable. They can only turn illusory for a short period of time. As long as we cooperate well, we can get rid of them. The truly troublesome ones are the desolate beast-level foe beasts." Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan nodded slowly. They observed their surroundings while also paying attention to the battles afar. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, the 2 rank 7 GU immortals, were fighting against 2 desolate-level foe beasts each. Desolate-level foe beasts were extraordinary indeed, they could turn illusory for a long period of time. In the air, seeing that the desolate-level phantom beast was about to bring Han-dong back to the headquarters, Su Guang, who could not catch up, showed a look of despair. To think that Dongfang Naganori had such an excellent enslavement path method, he hid it so deeply. Brother Han-dong is in danger now, what do we do now? Enslavement path, wisdom path, and soul path are close to each other, they are almost inseparable. It is not surprising. Lu Qingming's eyes shined with determination, but when you were alive, Dongfang Naganori, we were wary of you and could retreat for you. But now that you are dead, you want to use this method to deal with us, you are underestimating the heroes of the world. As he spoke, his body shook, and he stretched out his arms with all his might, like a large bird spreading its wings. At the next moment, he retracted his arms in front of his chest. He did not bend his elbows at all. He placed his palms together in front of his chest. With a crisp pah sound, a gust of wind shot out from the palm, instantly stirring up a gale. The winds danced, forming wind blades that filled the sky. Tens of thousands of them. The wind blades gathered into a lump. They formed into a huge dark green ball of vines. They tangled together as they charged towards the desolate-level phantom beast. It appeared. Brother Lu's immortal killer move entangled wind. Su Guang's expression shook. He knew the power of this immortal killer move. If it landed on the phantom beast, blood would splatter everywhere. Blood would definitely be spilled, and they would successfully rescue Han Dong. And this entangled wind was powerful and ingenious. It was Lu Qingming's famous move. He could use it at will and split it apart with a single thought. Precisely so, when it landed on the phantom beast, it would turn phantom and the entangled wind would land on Han Dong instead. Lu Qingming could use his own strength to split the entangled wind in time. Once the entangled wind was split, even though the attack range would increase, its power would also be scattered. Han Dong would be able to endure it. But right at the moment of success, a vine dragon flew towards the entangled wind. Free Scholar, don't even think about it. Su Guang saw this and glared furiously. He quickly used his killer move to block the vine dragon. Another water lotus suddenly bloomed in the direction where the entangled wind fell. This was the help of the rank 7 GU immortal Pai Shuihan. Lu Qingming snorted coldly. The entangled wind dispersed. A small portion of it fell into the water lotus in time. Most of the wind blades went around the water lotus and gathered behind it, forming a smaller entangled wind that continued to charge towards the desolate level phantom beast. However, right at this moment, a strength path giant
After the two
hand stretched out from the clouds
they turned
and
around
grabbed
and
the
attacked the
entangled
palaces
wind
below.
With a loud
The palaces
sound,
did
the
not move
strength
at
path
all.
giant
They were
hand
only
and
an
entangled
illusion.
wind both
Space
disintegrated.
rippled as three new
Using
desolate
this level
gap,
phantom
the
beast
void
flew
level
out,
desolate
blocking
beast
Su Guang
successfully
and
flew
Lu
towards
Qingming.
the palaces
But
below.
this time,
A
Su
ripple
Guang
flashed
and
in
Lu
the air
Qingming
as it
were
vanished.
anxious to save Han
Ah,
Dong. His
they
plan
used their full
failed.
strength
Su
without
Guang
holding
shouted
back.
in anger.
The three
He turned
desolate level
around and
phantom
looked at
beasts
Fang
were
Yuan
forced
in
to
anger.
retreat.
I will kill
Pai
you.
Shuihan
Fang
saw this
Yuan
and
snickered
snickered
coldly.
This was the
hooking
result
his
he
finger
wanted.
at Su Guang.
Demonic path
Su Guang
GU
was about to
immortals were
attack
wary of
when
each
Lu
other
Qingming
until
flew
the
over
final
and
moment.
stopped him.
No one would
Calm
use their
down,
full
Su
strength.
Guang.
With
Lu
Lu
Qingming's
Qingming's
eyes
eyes
were
Su
bloodshot.
Guang leading the
We will
charge,
definitely take
everything would
revenge
be
for
much
this.
easier.
But the urgent
Most
matter now
importantly,
is to save
they
Han
lost their
Dong.
rank 7
Thinking
battle
of Han
strength.
Dong, Su
There will be
Guang
one
suppressed
less
his
true
anger as he
competitor.
clenched his
At
fist.
the side,
Veins could
Free
be
Scholar
seen on his
smiled.
forehead.
He dealt
Brotherly,
with the desolate
you are
level
right.
phantom beasts
Only
while
by
looking
finding
at Pai
Han
Shuihan
Dong
and
the
Fang
three of us
Yuan.
can work together.
Especially
and
when
have
he
rank
saw that
7
Fang
battle
Yuan
strength.
and the rest were
Before
still
that,
standing
there were
together
only the
without
two
any
of them
desolate
left.
level
If they
phantom
tried to
beasts
find
around
trouble
them,
with a rank
a
7
solemn
battle
expression
strength
flashed
like
in his
Fang
eyes.
Yuan, they
It
would
is
only
not a
be
good thing that
humiliating
these three
themselves.
are so relaxed.
Free Scholar willed as he led the desolate level phantom beasts towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan was already very observant. His gaze turned cold as he looked at this scene. He retreated as he stretched out his hands. Two large handprints flew out with a loud rumble. They attacked the unfettered scholar without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, a third giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him. He can use 3 hand seals at once. Free Scholar's body froze. He felt even more wariness. Just as they were fighting and plotting against each other, an elderly GU immortal silently appeared in the palace that Dongfang Yuliang was in. His eyes shined with divine light as he looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, as well as Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard, before looking at the huge GU formation on the walls and floor of the palace. Good formation, good formation. Even I, Kanyang Laro Jun, am seeing this for the first time. He praised. Chapter 793. Who are you? Dongfang Yuliang was very shocked when he saw Kanyang Larojun. Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong were on guard. The aura that Kanyang Larojun naturally emitted made them feel fear. Dongfang Naganori's nebula slowly turned around and said calmly to Kanyang Larojun, "You also want to inherit my star path inheritance?" Kanyang Larojun was slightly stunned. He then sized up Nebula and said with a surprised tone, "Oh, I also have this qualification. You can pass the test. You are a capable person. Appearing now means you are fated with the inheritance. If the wisdom path inheritance that I, Dongfang Naganori, left behind is passed to those wretched and useless people, wouldn't my reputation be tarnished? Future generations will laugh at me, a grand wisdom path immortal who can't even make a mess of his funeral arrangements." Nebula paused for a moment before continuing, "Since you are an outstanding talent, you naturally have the qualification to inherit my wisdom path inheritance. However, this child was chosen by me when I was alive. He is currently undergoing the test. You cannot obstruct him. If he succeeds, you will have no chance. If he fails, you will have a chance to try. Dongfang Naganori, you are indeed the #1 person in Northern Plains. You have courage." Kanyang Larojun could not help but size up Dongfang Naganori's nebula. He sighed and said honestly, "I originally planned to snatch it, but since that is the case, there is no harm in waiting." Kanyang Larojun was powerful, but this place had already been arranged by Dongfang Naganori. Even if he snatched it, he would only obtain an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. One had to know that the more complete a wisdom path inheritance was, the more valuable it was. Since there was a possibility of obtaining a complete wisdom path inheritance, Kanyang Larojun naturally didn't want to miss it. His gaze shifted from Dongfang Naganori's nebula to Dongfang Yuliang. After a slight pause on Dongfang Yuliang, it shifted to Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong. Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong had been on high alert ever since they appeared, but at the same time, another transmission resounded in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. But Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong were alarmed by it. The situation is dangerous now. This immortal is a huge threat and has great battle strength. Even when I was alive, I had to be wary. Something was amiss, not to mention now. Kanyang Larojun chuckled. I purposely deceived him and stabilized him. Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong's bodies suddenly burst into flames. This formation is an inheritance. The two of them screamed miserably and lay on the floor. If you can complete the GU formation in time, however, you will be able to use its strength and battle GU immortals. It was roasting. By then, it was giving these two rank 5 GU masters a pain worse than death. Land spirits Kanyang were pure. They would never deceive others. Smile on his face and actions his intentions. But he naturally wanted to deal with Dongfang Yuliang to deceive others. If Dongfang Yuliang heard he would have a secret transmission, and his heart shook. If he wanted to eliminate Dongfang Yuliang's difficulties, Nebula would not allow it. He cried out in sorrow. This would instead cause Kanyang Larojun to lose his chance. Thus, Kanyang Larojun targeted Dong Po Kong and Tan Wufeng. To Dongfang Yuliang, he gritted his teeth and buried his head with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete greatly affected. He was also a smart person. He immediately knelt on the ground and asked Dongfang and Naganori's nebula for help. Twisted. Master, their cries of pain doubled in volume. Yuliang would not have been able to get pain. They wished they were dead, but they did not die immediately. Waved his sleeves and said coldly, "Masters were at compassion does not command troops, but in front of a person like Kanyang Larojun, they were as fragile as puppets. You are indeed my main body's disciple. They could not die even if they wanted to. I am only a nebula that he left behind. Pain. My main but his mind is to find a suitable inheritor for the inheritance. He was not overwhelmed by hatred has already reached the limit. Blood started to flow out of the corners of his eyes. Rather than wasting time kneeling on the ground, with all his might, I advise you to use the time to complete the GU formation. Kanyang Larojun tortured the two for a while, but found that there was no effect. It made Dongfang Yuliang work even harder. The incomplete GU formation was being completed at a faster rate. Kanyang Larojun could not help but show worry on his face. If this goes on, if Dongfang Yuliang succeeds, then his efforts would be in vain. Dongfang Yuliang really had a chance of succeeding, not only because of his outstanding performance, but also because he was chosen by Dongfang Naganori. He had to have talent. If Dongfang Yuliang obtained the inheritance, Kanyang Larojun could snatch it with his own battle strength. But the problem was his central continent identity. He was a central continent GU immortal. Coming to Northern Plains was a dangerous journey. There were 5 regions in the world. No matter which one, they were all xenophobic. Especially in northern plains, with the collapse of 88-point Shenyang Tower, there was a huge commotion. If his identity as a central continent Gu immortal was exposed, he would be in huge trouble. Thus, Kanyang Laro Jun. He preferred to do things secretly. To save time, he would avoid meeting them if he could, and avoid fighting if he could. Kanyang Laro Jun looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, his gaze flickering. His heart surged with the urge to secretly make a move on Dongfang Yuliang, but he was afraid he would lose the qualifications to do so, he would be overly suspicious and miss the opportunity, he would only obtain an incomplete inheritance with low value. But he was also afraid Nebula would lie to him. With his experience as Kanyang Laro Jun, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Even after his death, Nebula could make a strong enemy like Kanyang Laro Jun hesitate with just a few words. Outside in the sky, the battle between the Gu immortals and phantom beasts continued. Free Scholar saw that Fang Yuan had sent out 3 giant hands. The wariness in his heart deepened. His body froze. But soon, his speed increased. He charged towards Fang Yuan again. Even against 2 strength path giant hands, he had no intention of retreating. He wanted to drag Fang Yuan and the rest down with him. He wanted to probe the details of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan saw that he could not intimidate the Free Scholar. He was not discouraged. He manipulated the 2 strength path giant hands and attacked Free Scholar without any qualms. He really dares to attack. They are shedding all pretenses, he, 2 rank 7 battle strengths, this is going to be a good show. I need to hide far away to avoid being implicated. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated, leaving a wide space for Fang Yuan and Free Scholar. Free Scholar was agile. Fang Yuan's 2 strength path giant hands could not even touch his sleeves, let alone grab him. Free Scholar wore a white robe, he had a tall crown and black hair, he flew like a spirit crane, free and unrestrained. Seeing that the 2 hands could not grab him, Fang Yuan's body shook as he sent out 2 more giant hands. Together with the strength path giant hands that were protecting him, he sent out a total of 5 strength path giant hand. Each strength path giant hand absorbed the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, then condensed into one of Fang Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. According to Fang Yuan's current body, he could only withstand the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms. Any more, and before the strength path giant hands could attack, his own arms would collapse first. But don't forget that Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed immortal zombie. In reality, he had 8 arms. If he used each arm, he could summon 8 giant hands of strength. 5 was far from his limit. 4 strength path giant hands flew around in the air, trying to capture Free Scholar. Although the latter was not as calm as before, he was still safe and sound. His gaze turned resolute. He laughed loudly, a portion of the waves under his feet created a huge wave that was over 100 feet tall. He was called crashing towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Movement. Speaking even though Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands were not on good terms, they were not fast. They had even fought each other before. They could not do anything. They had a grudge against each other. Unless Free Scholar made a mistake, displayed a powerful method, would not be able to seize the opportunity. Was not an ordinary person. This was the limitation of giant hands and turned his firepower to giant hands were strong. They had their weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. The surrounding GU immortals was in an invincible position. Come at me. He felt a chill in his heart. Laughed heartily. The battle's strength that Fang Yuan displayed made his heart feel heavy. There were a total of 8 gigantic strength and Fairy Li Shan were still standing behind Fang Yuan. They seemed to be while the other 3 flew towards Were these 2 really stronger? The remaining even 2 circled around his body, faintly preparing to their true methods. They were ready to make a move, making one feel incomparably who was also a rank 7 GU immortal GU auras also appeared on He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies. There was more than one aura of these immortal GU. There were at least 2 different auras rising up without the slightest bit of concealment. But even this could not scare Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. The 2 immortals looked at each other. One of them shouted, "So many immortal GU, you 3 must be famous people, you are hiding yourselves, are you Righteous Path GU immortals?" The other shouted, "I am familiar with the people of Northern Plains. I wonder which old friend of mine is joking with me, Free Scholar? Or perhaps you are not Northern Plains GU immortals." Both of them had spoken words that struck at the heart. One slandered Fang Yuan and the rest as Righteous Path GU immortals. They were isolated among the Demonic Path GU immortals. The other was even more ruthless. He directly suspected that Fang Yuan and the rest were not Northern Plains GU immortals, inciting the other Demonic Path GU immortals to unite against a common enemy. GU immortals were people with deep thoughts. When they fought, it was not as simple as clashing swords and blades. The battle of words was a contest of mind and wits. Floating astronomy. Chapter 794. Ever since the collapse of 88-point Shenyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Northern Plains GU Immortal World was shaken. They had been searching for the culprit. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan had ulterior motives. Not only did they work together to attack Fang Yuan, they even tried to isolate Fang Yuan. At this point, Fang Yuan had no choice but to speak. "You 2 want to slander me and provoke me. He. You are underestimating me, and also underestimating the GU immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains GU immortal. I can sense the aura of Northern Plains at a glance. If you 2 want to create rumors, please say something more convincing." The other Demonic Path GU immortals retreated even further. He Lulan's lips twitched. Fang Yuan was clearly the main culprit, but he said it like it was the truth, full of confidence. What the unfettered scholar and Pai Shuihan didn't know was that their intentional slander was actually a lucky hit. The one who caused the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land was not Fang Yuan. Who else could it be? The verbal confrontation was blocked by Fang Yuan. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan were silent. They increased their attacks. Facing the pincer attack of 2 rank 7s, Fang Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. He blocked left and right. He could not hold on much longer. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while the other two were genuine rank 7 GU immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge gap. Fang Yuan relied on the immortal killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but as the strength path giant hand was activated for a long time, Fang Yuan's arm could not hold on any longer. It showed signs of exploding into minced meat. I have a wood path killer move. It is my trump card. I rarely use it. It can block one of them and can even heavily injure them. But I need Fang Yuan to restrain them and restrict them to a certain position. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. She was anxious and secretly transmitted her voice. Fang Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, replying, "The power of the strength path giant arrangements were destroyed, but its concealing illusions disappeared. Wanting to capture any one of them is extremely difficult. Ruin Bat's true appearance was revealed. Fairy, please wait. I still have a plan. Its body was flat, lying on the ground. It won't be too late, but it was still hundreds of meters tall. Its fat wings were wide and thick, covering a radius of more than 10 li. They exchanged a few more blows. Slightly lower. Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were closing from above, and Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. There was a huge wound on the ruined bat's back. An electric light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan knew that this was the fatal wound that killed the ruined bat and slammed them down. But he did not know what had caused it. Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were below the giant bat's flesh and fur were almost completely rotten. He felt a strong pressure. Its white skeleton was exposed. From top to bottom. Surrounded by these skeletons, for a moment, the air seemed extremely dense. The giant hands created strong winds, causing Free Scholar's clothes to flutter in the wind. That was almost in ruins. Pai Shuihan's face tensed up. Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands had already broken with ferocious auras, connecting it to the outside world. But Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were already familiar with his inheritance is inside. Whoever gets snorted first while the latter smiled. They used movement killer moves to dodge. Wealth moved people's hearts. Fang Yuan was different from before. Of the number one wisdom path GU immortal in Northern Plains power of his method, a huge temptation controlling the demonic giant hands and slamming them down. Fang Yuan directly everyone off a passage, even igniting the greed in the demonic path GU immortal's hearts. Not good. When Nebula's expression changed, he wanted to stop down. But the other demonic path GU immortals felt an intense sense of urgency. Giant hands they flew down hurriedly. The air. The space scholar hesitated, and the loud sound was like the roar had already given up on Fang Yuan. Countless space path down marks in the air were destroyed by the strength path giant hands. After taking a deep look at Fang Yuan, he turned into a white light and charged towards the passage. But at the next moment, 6 new desolate beast-level phantom beasts and an ancient phantom beast flew out of the small space, colliding with the demonic path GU immortals. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle again. There is definitely someone manipulating this. Fang Yuan squinted, feeling slightly shocked. Kanyang Laojun was also shocked. The urgency of the situation made him wake up. After snorting coldly, a cruel smile flashed on his face. Flames surged, burning Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong into charcoal. These two rank 5s were pitiful, peak existences of the mortal world. They had followed Dongfang Yuliang to this stage after much difficulty. But with a thought from Kanyang Laojun, they were completely burned to death. At the same time, Kanyang Laojun snorted coldly. Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard, spat out a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground like he was struck by lightning. "Old scoundrel, you killed my subordinates and still dare to plot against me." Dongfang Yuliang struggled to stand up, shouting in anger and grief. Kanyang Laojuan's pupils turned as he sneered, "Don't slander me. I did not do anything." Saying so, the corner of his eyes was fixed on Dongfang Naganori's nebula. This was Kanyang Laojuan's probing. He wanted to see how this nebula's methods were, whether his earlier words were true or not. Dongfang Naganori's nebula saw this and sighed, saying, "This is as far as I can go. All right, everyone, come out." Just as he said so, a change occurred. In the hall, a piercing light burst out. The light quickly dissipated. 8 Dongfang tribe Gu immortals appeared together. They appeared at the same time and surrounded Old Lord Kanyang in the middle from afar. They shouted, "Old scoundrel, you dare to covet our tribe's inheritance. Today is the day of your death. This old scoundrel is despicable. But the traitor in our tribe is even more despicable. Speak. Who leaked the information about the secret passage to you?" Kanyang Laojun could no longer remain calm. Panic flashed on his face as he looked at Nebula with shock and anger. So this was a plot against me. Dongfang Naganori's nebula. He nodded. That's right. Before my main body died, he had instructed Dongfang Wanxiu to teach him the correct method. Using this method, he obtained the secret passage from the teleportation Gu formation. He told the location of this secret passage to the 7 Gu immortals around him. Next, on the way here, he met with my arrangements and was purposely attacked by a group of desolate beasts, restraining him. And this traitor of our tribe is clearly among the 8 of them. The traitor saw that the desolate beasts were a burden and could not come personally. He was also afraid that the wisdom path inheritance would fall into someone else's hands, so he used a certain method to pass this information to you. After you obtained the information, you surpassed the other demonic path Gu immortals and arrived here first. Kanyang Laojuan's expression was grim. He stared at Nebula as his eyes twitched, saying eerily, "So that's it. Even though you know that there is a traitor in Dongfang tribe, you do not know who it is." "That's right." Nebula nodded, "But now, it seems that the traitor is among these 8. Who is it that betrayed the bloodline, betrayed the tribe?" Dongfang Wanxiu shouted at this time. "At this point, you have already exposed yourself. It will only take a moment to find you. Are you still not going to show yourself?" Dongfang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other Gu immortals looked at each other. Some had grim expressions while others were furious. The situation was in a deadlock. Dongfang tribe had 8 Gu immortals, but they were all rank 6. And Kanyang Laojun was a genuine rank 7, and an expert even among rank 7s. Dongfang tribe had many Gu immortals, but they knew that one or even several of them were traitors. Thus, they were on guard against each other and did not make a move. Kanyang Laojun slowly frowned, looking at Nebula. "Wait, since you planned this and targeted me, you could have made a move before I came in. Why did you delay until now?" Nebula stood on the spot, not answering him. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence, but the sounds of intense battle could be heard from afar. Kanyang Laojun was moved. He realized, "I understand. You want to use me to deal with these demonic path Gu immortals. You only need to make Dongfang Yuliang fail on purpose to make me think that I can compete for this inheritance. By then, these demonic path Gu immortals outside will be my opponents. Of course, with your intelligence, it is very likely that you have a better way to make me your chess piece. When I fight with these demonic path Gu immortals and weaken both sides, you Gu immortals can reap the benefits. What a good scheme, a good scheme. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of arrangement, there will always be accidents." The Star Will said, as if admitting Old Lord Kanyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands. "Master." Dongfang Yuliang stood blankly on the spot. He did not know what to do at this moment. He was both happy and sad. He was happy that the enemy was controlled. His tribe had come prepared. The sad thing was that he was just a bait, a decoy for the enemy. His hard work, the sacrifice of Tan Wu Feng, Dong Po Kong and the rest, seemed like a joke. As if sensing Dongfang Yuliang's thoughts, Nebula turned around and looked at his chosen inheritor, saying, "Yuliang, no need to think too much. I indeed want to use the wisdom path inheritance to trap the enemy and get rid of the traitor in my tribe. This scheme is real. The wisdom path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background. He comes from one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate. The enemy also has a wisdom path GU immortal. And only by truly setting up the wisdom path inheritance here will I not expose any flaws and be seen through by the enemy wisdom path GU immortals. So it is like this. Dongfang Yuliang's heart shook, he felt ashamed but also admiration. He was ashamed of himself for letting his imagination run wild. He admired his master, Dongfang Naganori. The latter had painstakingly worked hard. Even after his death, he wanted to set up a scheme to benefit Dongfang tribe and get rid of the internal threat. And the enemy was so strong. Dongfang Naganori's arrangement was due to his wisdom, and also the helplessness of facing a strong enemy. Experiencing the hardships of his master, Dongfang Yuliang felt even more ashamed in his heart. Floating astronomy. Chapter 795. Alright, Yu Liang, go and complete your GU formation. Only by passing this final round can you inherit my main body's inheritance. As for you, Kanyang Lao Jun, you shall die here today. Dongfang Naganori's nebula said slowly. Kanyang Lao Jun took a step back, saying arrogantly, even though I am alone, you are just a group of rank sixes, together with a mere will, you want to take my life. Don't forget that my accomplice is among you. There are also demonic path GU immortals outside, they are like wolves and tigers, your phantom beasts won't be able to resist them for long. He said this, but his expression was already filled with vigilance and vigilance. To be able to live to such an age and obtain such achievements, the virtue of a cautious nature was absolutely indispensable. Kanyang Laojuan's words were also true, they were aimed at Dongfang tribe's weakness. Precisely because of this, even though Dongfang tribe had many GU immortals, they did not attack rashly. Dongfang Naganori's nebula chuckled. In the remote antiquity era, when the creator of Wisdom Path, star constellation immortal Venerable, died, she could deduce 1,000,000 years after her. She caused the 3 demon Venerables to return without accomplishing anything, protecting Celestial Court. I, Dongfang Naganori, Even though I am far from star constellation immortal Venerable, I can still deduce 100 years after my death. Since I set this up, I have my own trump cards. The moment he said that, an illusory GU formation appeared in the hall. It looked like a short worms danced in the air, but it was a condensed thousands of spiderwebs. I spent decades with their lives at stake to create formation tribes. This hall looks ordinary, no different from the other halls around the beat of an adult. Actually, I had already gathered most of the space path down. Everyone in the hall heard his expression. There are look like we are only tens of steps away from Canyon has planned. To think that the actual distance was not more than set up such rapid entertainment. I, as expected of Lord, am willing to make these sacrifices for my GU formations were easily destroyed as expected of the eyes Nebula because the GU worms that formed Nebula conformation. This is the crucial soon after, and I will tell you the truth. This formation, Nebula smiled immortal grade. He did not with my wisdom path as long as Fang Yuan launched it looked at each other and quickly shatter and be destroyed. Decided to make sacrifices to get rid of the high-level external enemies of the tribe, especially the addition of Blood Nebula. However, it is even more effective. Did not hinder the I still have something as long as the GU formation is activated could block not only can we kill the other immortal aperture or even kill the demonic path. This was because the void beasts were born with the ability your life and death tribe once it became famous still willing all techniques if you are not willing and demonic Nebula as well as the other forces the formation and was not afraid of after this battle destroying this formation with divine land. Kanyang Larajang could only watch through my inheritance but there was nothing he could better come out. The GU formation tried to activate Nebula's hall became extremely they were clearly meant for the traitor to hear. As long as one had not suddenly laughed out loud, they could imagine. I can't think of anything against when my main body is alive. So I'll just kill you. Everyone be careful. His once he entered the formation in this life, don't dare carry in his strength. This is a crucial battle that will decide you must remember our tribe. Don't place your hopes in the hands as long as we get through this fang, we will have a bright future ahead of us. If there was a traitor his thoughts would definitely be different. Already waited anxious to deal with Lord Chang. Everyone, there is a traitor not be willing to place his life against Nebula. It is hard to guard against a traitor. Don't be anxious. The Dawn Fang Nebula mortals in the hall have not finished speaking. Everything has its pros and cons. Extremely slow. I have no choice. The flames this shot out formation. No wonder you could hide among us now, but it has a huge Dawn Fang one shows activating this formation. The style will soon realize the case. Not that then you can enter the array. The space in front of him many Dawn Fang tribes not be observed by the naked eye. Dawn Fang tribes the immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of the immortal aperture. The GU formation once it was taken out, the immortal aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress. They felt their immortal apertures shaking. The primeval energy was a suction force coming and all living beings would wither. Relax your mind. And if the GU immortal did not advance, the formation, they would let it operate at full once speed. The time was up. Nebula said solemnly would face heavenly tribulations, hesitated, calamities, but they opened their immortal aperture was empty. Their immortal aperture origin cores were immediately and if they were careless, they flowed out from the 8 formation cores. Within the phantom formation, a faint blood-red light appeared. Under the effect of the blood-red light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores gathered at the center of the GU formation, they actually started to fuse into one. This formation is so profound. Some GU immortals saw this and could not help but exclaim in admiration. This is because all of you have the blood of Dong Fang tribe in your bodies. Your bloodlines are similar, you have the same origin. Thus, when the bloodlines fuse, the immortal aperture origin cores will fuse together. Only by fusing can you display the advantage of numbers and unleash great power. Dong Fang Naganori's Nebula slowly explained. The 8 GU immortals in the formation nodded. Dong Fang Wanshio's eyes shined brightly. He looked around but could not find any flaws in the traitor's disguise. No worries. Nebula chuckled. In this situation, no matter who the traitor is, he has already entered our trap and is working for our tribe. Everyone, relax. I am going to extract more immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Good. We will kill these hateful demonic path GU immortals later. They actually dared to target our Dong Fang tribe. The phantom formation shined brightly, the GU immortals snorted coldly, their expressions were grim, some were frowning, feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores gradually fused into a huge force in the phantom formation, It was like a lump of liquid, or a slumbering beast. Anyone would be able to sense the immense power contained within. Even the surrounding air rippled slightly, as if it was about to collapse. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals had flushed faces, some were trembling, some had malevolent expressions. They were all looking forward to this force unleashing its divine might. However, under the control of the star will, this power was like a bow that was ready to be fired. No rush. Nebula looked at the sky, observing the chaotic battle in the sky. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic path Gu immortals were all slaughtered, almost all of them were gone. Nebula was like a dragon, hiding in the depths of the river, waiting for the best opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, the dragon would rise to the sky and overturn the seas and rivers. It all depended on which unlucky person would be the first to charge. Right at this time, Dongfang Yuliang suddenly stood up, shouting, "Master, I did it, I have successfully perfected this Gu formation, I have reached your request." Nebula quickly looked around, showing a gratified smile. "Very good. Yu Liang, you did not disappoint me. You also enter the formation, stand at the center of the formation core. Although you are a mortal, you will become an immortal in the future. When the battle starts, you can experience the strength of a Gu immortal. It will be of great help to your future growth." "Yes, Master. I will listen to you." Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red, he was so moved that he choked with emotions. He jumped into the air, using the phantom formation's power, he stabilized himself at the formation core and floated in the air. In the air, under the interference of Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, Fang Yuan finally found a chance. There was nothing in front of him, there was no power to obstruct him, the chance was fleeting, he immediately grabbed it and attacked with all his might. 7 strength path giant hands slammed down, only one was left to protect him. "It is time." Nebula saw this and sighed lightly. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals looked at the sky with bloodthirsty excitement. At the next moment, they saw Kanyang Laojun flying into the sky, blocking Fang Yuan's attack and forcing the latter back. This change caused Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals to be stunned. "I did not waste my effort to set up this trap. Possession and rebirth, this is the moment." Nebula laughed heartily. Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly appeared, entering the Phantom Formation Center and entering Dongfang Yuliang's body. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. I will tell you the truth, Dongfang tribe's true traitor is your beloved Lord Changfan, ha 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 ha." Kanyang Laojun laughed wildly. Chapter 796. What? Dongfang Wanxiu stared with wide eyes. "This is impossible." Dongfang Yikong denied it. "How can it be Lord Dongfang Naganori? Everyone, be careful, this is most likely an illusion. The other party cannot destroy the formation and wants us to panic." Under this shocking change, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals could not believe it, they could not accept this fact. Kanyang Laojun could not help but laugh. "Want you to panic? What a joke, all of you are unable to move, you don't even have the qualifications to panic. You are already fish on the chopping board, you can't do as you please, the joke is that you can't see this fact clearly. Hee." These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Everyone looked towards Dongfang Naganori's nebula. Dongfang Wanxiu shouted, "Lord Changfan, this is definitely not real." Dongfang Yikong questioned, "Lord Changfan, say something." "Lord Changfan, Dongfang Naganori, what are you trying to do?" Countless interrogations and roars reverberated in the hall. Nebula smiled lightly, as if he was calm. He was only a will, but he had condensed into the image of his main body in life. His body was tall and straight, his face was like jade, his eyes were shining with divine light, he had the outstanding demeanor of his main body when he was still alive. But at this moment, in this situation, when Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals saw Nebula's demeanor, they felt a chill in their hearts. The voidification grand formation changed again. The enormous power that had been gathered into a ball finally erupted at this moment. It was like a huge wave. Bloodlight shot out everywhere, forming a thick bloodlight screen that covered the main parts of the ruined bat's corpse. Seeing this, the expressions of Dongfang Wanxiu and the rest changed drastically. Originally, it was supposed to be used to attack enemies, but its true purpose was to defend. The cold truth was in front of everyone. It exposed Nebula's lies. Dongfang Naganori, why are you doing this? Why did you frame us? Dongfang Wanxiu's face was twisted with pain. He roared with grief and indignation. What else could it be? Life was the foundation of everything. Who wants to die? Who didn't want to live? As long as there is a chance to live, who can resist such a temptation? Kanyang Larojun sneered again and again, his eyes fixed on the void formation without blinking. Seeing that the voidification array was operating normally, Kanyang Larojun couldn't help but greedily take in a deep breath. This is a possession technique. The price was simply too high. Could it be that every time he activated it? Do we need to sacrifice GU immortals? If that was the case, then the possession technique would not be able to be popularized. The conditions for activating it were too high. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula slowly shook his head. You don't have to worry, Elder Lord. Back then, I was in the 88-point Shenyang Tower. Obtain the method of possession. The contents were that one could possess mortals and GU immortals. But to possess a GU immortal, one's cultivation level had to surpass the target. Furthermore, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This was like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. It had a huge drawback. I was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal in my previous life, but I did not have a suitable Wisdom Path GU Immortal as my target. Thus, after so many years, I spent all my effort in deducing and scheming before finally obtaining this formation. This formation was developed based on the possession technique. It allows me to possess mortals while also drawing out the GU Immortal's origin essence of the same bloodline. After I possess them, I can immediately become an immortal and create a brand new Wisdom Path Immortal Aperture, avoiding the dangerous period of weakening cultivation level after possessing mortals. Hearing Nebula's explanation, Kanyang Larojun turned his gaze and assessed Nebula, feeling shocked inwardly. This Dongfang Naganori concealed himself deeply. Not only is he the #1 Wisdom Path expert in Northern Plains, he can even use Space Path Dao marks to control a Phantom Beast army. Now it seems that his Blood Path attainment is not low either. Nebula did not know what Kanyang Larojun was thinking. He continued to speak. Don't look down on this formation. With these 8 GU immortals sacrificing themselves to provide for me, I have ample resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will definitely be the best of the best. At the same time, there is another advantage. The immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. It is like they have been painstakingly developed for a long time. This will save me hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I possess this body, not only will my cultivation level recover, I will also have ample resources, even more than when I was alive. Kanyang Larojun, watch carefully and ask questions at any time. Every step I take, I will tell you the essence of the content. Kanyang Laojuan's face flashed with excitement. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dongfang Naganori and Nebula. You are truly scheming, you want me to protect you. I am here to help you block those demonic path GU immortals from the outside world. Moreover, when you become an immortal, there will definitely be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At that time, I will be by your side. I will have to help even if I don't want to. Dongfang Naganori and Nebula also laughed. He did not have any awkwardness of having his scheme exposed. He looked at Kanyang Larojun, saying in a low voice, in this world, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay a price. How can there be anything that is not earned? Especially when the more you obtain, the greater the risk. Old Lord, you can make your decision now. Kanyang Larojun chuckled. He could not help but admire Dongfang Naganori inwardly. This person was truly decisive. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori obtained the possession method, he had also gathered it at 88-point Shenyang Tower's true inheritance secluded domain. He had sensed the arrangements of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. At that time, Crane Gate had been infiltrating Dongfang tribe. After Dongfang Naganori became an immortal and became a higher-up of the tribe, he had secretly discovered this truth. But he did not expose it. Instead he followed this clue and secretly cooperated with Crane Gate. He used the possession method to transact with Crane Gate. Lifespan GU were hard to find, but any GU immortal would crave for any lifespan extension method. Moreover, this possession method originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They had a long history and deep foundation, but they could not resist the temptation of the possession method. Both sides had their own needs. Dongfang Naganori released the contents of the method step by step, thus obtaining the resources sent by Crane Gate. He relied on these resources to rapidly climb up, passing tribulations time and time again. He even guided his juniors and schemed everywhere, bringing the declining Dongfang tribe back to its former glory. Cooperating with someone like Dongfang Naganori, even though Kanyang Larojun had great battle strength, he had never relaxed his vigilance and had always maintained his vigilance. He did not think for long before nodding and agreeing. Dongfang Naganori's nebula laughed loudly. Good, I will explain the first step to you. Kanyang Larojun quickly pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Even though he knew Dongfang Naganori was making use of him, Kanyang Larojun had come with Crane Gate's will. He could be considered to have no choice. Thinking of the generous sect rewards after completing this mission, Kanyang Larojun himself was not unwilling. Dongfang tribe's 8 GU immortals were already cursing loudly. Dongfang Yuliang had fainted, his eyes were tightly shut and he was not moving at all. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fang Yuan looked down and saw a completely different scene. He saw an incomparably large blood veil firmly covering the mountain-like ruin bat corpse. The blood veil was extremely thick and filled with bloodlight. The majestic power it contained made one's heart palpitate. The demonic path GU immortals quickly shifted their attention away from the internal conflict. Some of them tried to attack the blood veil, but it was like a small stone thrown into a large lake. The blood veil only had slight ripples on its surface, it did not budge and was as firm as a mountain. Such strong defense. What GU formation is this? Not only have I never seen it, I have never even heard of it. Dongfang Naganori's backup plans are truly endless. A group of demonic path GU immortals guessed. Fang Yuan also frowned. Even though he was a blood path great expert and had his previous life's memories, he had never seen this GU formation before. Who cares what GU formation it is? I will smash it with my hammer. GU immortal Zhuozhan shouted as he charged down. He was riding a desolate beast flying boar. He was covered in armor and held a hammer. He had a strong build and was anxious, but he bullied the weak and feared the strong. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zhuozhan was in the limelight. He felt proud and his expression became even more ferocious. But after a few breaths of time, his ferocious expression was gone, replaced by shock and fear. It turned out that when he got close to the blood veil, the blood in his body could not be controlled and continued to spurt out of his body. GU immortals were called immortals, but most of their bodies still maintained the normal circulation of a human. Blood was the crucial thing to support the body's movement. Zhuozhan was still far away from the blood veil, but most of his blood had already spurted out of his body. If he continued to charge, before he could reach the blood veil, his blood would have already spurted out and he would have turned into a dried corpse. What a strange formation. This is the effect of menstrual blood GU, it can let people bleed. Menstrual blood GU is one of Blood Sea ancestors' blood path true inheritances. To think that Dongfang Naganori's rumor was not only true, he even raised this menstrual blood GU to immortal level. The demonic path GU immortals were all moved. Several GU immortals tried all sorts of methods, but failed miserably one after another. Everyone realized that unless they had a defensive method that targeted it, it would be extremely difficult to break through this blood veil. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Even though he was a blood path expert in his previous life, he did not have any blood path immortal GU, he walked the strength path. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice, he could not do anything about this formation. The situation was thorny, everyone was anxious. Dongfang Yuliang had been inside for so long, was he about to completely obtain the inheritance? Now, we can only use long-range killer moves. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy Dongfang Naganori's arrangements first. then compete with each other. Otherwise, in front of everyone's eyes, a mortal will obtain the inheritance. If this really happens, I, Free Scholar, will not have the face to continue living in Northern Plains. Free Scholar suddenly shouted. Just as he finished shouting, he attacked. The demonic path GU immortals responded one after another. At once, fire and water intersected, lightning bolts shot out in a dazzling manner, countless bombardments destroyed the blood veil layer by layer. Joy had just appeared on everyone's faces, but it quickly turned solemn. The blood veil continued to be destroyed and regenerated. Especially towards the end, the demonic path GU immortals' combined attacks became weaker and weaker. Floating astronomy. Chapter 797. The blood veil firmly covered the ruined bat's corpse, blocking the attacks of the demonic path GU immortals. Not expecting the blood veil to be so sturdy, in a moment of desperation, Pai Shuihan shouted, "Get out of the way, let me do it." He was a rank 7 GU immortal, he was famous in the demonic path. Everyone flew away to give him some space. Water path killer move, ice path killer move, flood current. Inside Pai Shuihan's immortal aperture, over 10,000 GU worms were activated, rank 7 red date immortal essence beads were rapidly expended. Swoosh! Boundless waves shot out from the air hundreds of steps around Pai Shuihan. The fierce waves were like thousands of rampaging dragons, roaring and roaring, bringing with them an aura of destruction as they poured down. The giant waves were still falling from the sky, but they changed again. Cracking sounds resounded in everyone's ears. The giant waves turned into solid ice from inside out. In a few breaths of time, the giant waves turned into a giant glacier, pressing down like an unparalleled giant whale, or like a heavenly pillar collapsing. The cold air caused people to shiver uncontrollably. The terrifying attack made people subconsciously hold their breaths. In the hall, Dongfang Naganori's nebula was no longer as calm as before, it was completely focused, its defensive power was raised to the maximum. Earlier, the demonic path immortals had attacked indiscriminately, but they were not at the same pace, there were many of them, but their quality was lacking. Now that Pai Shuihan had used his trump card, it came from him alone. His strength was unified, it was at least 10 times stronger than the wild bombardment from before. Rumble, the glacier fell from the sky, crashing heavily on the blood veil. The blood veil was deformed by the huge weight, but it still managed to resist the glacier's pressure. The corrosion of the cold air. Although the immortal killer move flood current was strong, Dongfang Naganori's blood veil had extracted the immortal aperture origin cores of 8 GU immortals, and combined with the terrain, it had already been set up. Pai Shuihan's strength alone. It did not break the blood veil. But this killer move's effect was still shocking. The demonic path GU immortals looked down, with the ruined bat's corpse as the center, the surrounding hundreds of li was covered in ice. The dead primordial ruined bat was as large as a mountain. At this moment, under the pressure of the glacier, it was as if a thick layer of ice armor was covering it, making it look even bigger. Inside the translucent iceberg, it was wrapped in a bright red egg made of blood. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere, staining the trees and grass at the edge with frost and expanding the boundary. For a moment, everyone looked at Pai Shuihan in surprise. Although it did not break the blood veil. But the power of this killer move left a deep impression. Even if I use all 8 strength path giant hands, I won't be able to block this killer move head-on. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. This was the true strength of a veteran rank 7 GU immortal. In comparison, Fang Yuan was still far behind. Previously, Fang Yuan had fought against the Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan alone because the latter two had not used their trump cards. GU immortals had reason, they were all here for the wisdom path inheritance. There was no deep hatred between them, fighting to the death would only be idiots. But now, the immortals realized the situation was far from good. This was why Pai Shuihan had to use his trump card and use his full strength to fight. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with the immortal killer move Myriad Self, I can only barely reach this standard. If I really fight to the death with someone like Pai Shuihan, I will most likely be the one to lose. But if I really face this move, I will not fight it head-on, I will avoid it. I will fight in a roundabout manner. The power of the immortal killer move Glacier allowed Fang Yuan to see a portion of Pai Shuihan's foundation. At the same time, he clearly realized the gap between him and Pai Shuihan. At once, Fang Yuan felt a sense of anxiety. The GU Immortals' cultivation level was the main factor that influenced their battle strength. A part of the reason for Pai Shuihan's strength was the consumption of rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan was already extremely outstanding in this life, the only thing that hindered him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, he had not even passed one heavenly tribulation. Cultivation level is the foundation, the foundation. Although my immortal zombie body is strong, it does not have much room for improvement. What method can I use to restore my human body? Brother Pai, you are so impressive. Let me test your skills. At this time, Free Scholar laughed heartily, flying towards Pai Shuihan. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly, his expression was ugly. He had mobilized everyone, but still could not break the blood veil. Seeing Free Scholar attack, he slowly moved to the center. Under everyone's gazes, Free Scholar flew above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already prepared, his eyes suddenly opened wide, his pupils were completely white, shooting out 2 faint white lights. This move was almost silent, its boldness could not compare to the Glacier earlier. The immortals who did not know what was going on were baffled. Pai Shuihan, however, had a slight change in expression. Under the 2 pale white lights, the Glacier melted, the blood veil shook intensely, showing signs of being defeated. Was this the unfettered scholar? What a great move, 1,000 disintegrations. In the hall, Kanyang Larojun recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated northern plains for many years for 88-point Zhenyang Tower. Since Kanyang Larojun took the risk to come here, he naturally had a deep understanding of northern plains. Free Scholar's background was Central Continent's Chen tribe. Central Continent's Chen tribe specialized in rule path, but Central Continent's sect system was prevalent, there was no room for a tribe to survive. After being ostracized, Chen tribe moved to northern plains. Unfortunately, northern plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huang Jin bloodline. Even though Chen tribe was a superforce protected by GU Immortals, it was secretly ostracized by the Huang Jin bloodline forces, eventually weakening. By Free Scholar's generation, he was the only outstanding talent left, the tribe no longer existed, he was the only one left to fight alone. Chen tribe specialized in rule path, the GU Immortals in the tribe can use 100 disintegrations at rank 6, 1,000 disintegrations at rank 7, and myriad disintegrations at rank 8. It has unparalleled power, it can attack and defend, and has the profundity of resolving almost everything. Back then in Central Continent, countless sect GU Immortals lost to myriad disintegrations, countless people suffered from this move. Kanyang Larojun sighed with emotion. You are speaking so much nonsense, are you still not going to attack? Blood Veil and Free Scholar expend a lot of energy, these are all precious immortal aperture origin cores. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula urged. Haha. Kanyang Larojun stood with his hands behind his back, he did not fight the enemy. Free Scholar is only one person, but you have 8 on your side. He does not know the truth, watch me use some methods. Saying so, he let out his tribe's rank 7 aura. Once the aura was exposed, the demonic path GU Immortals in the sky were shocked. The other side has rank 7 GU Immortals? Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals. Aren't they all rank 6? Could it be that someone secretly entered rank 7, but kept it a secret? Or did Dongfang tribe invite some strong reinforcements? Don't forget, they have the Huang Jin bloodline, a superforce of the righteous path. The Immortals were uncertain. Free Scholar's expression did not change, but his heart wavered. It turned out. Even though his killer move had shocking power and a huge origin, it expended a lot of Red Date Immortal Essence. Since the other side had rank 7 GU Immortals, they could fight him head-on. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they all had their own plans. Unfettered scholar couldn't help but think to himself, I can't just charge forward mindlessly now. I will expend a lot of immortal essence. Otherwise, when the time comes, I might not have enough strength and end up helping others. Thinking of this, Free Scholar stopped his killer move. See, I stopped just like that. Kanyang Larojun laughed heartily, showing a smug expression. He only leaked a bit of his aura and the Free Scholar stopped. In terms of scheming, Kanyang Larojun might not be as good as Dongfang Naganori. But with his rich life experience, he could understand people's hearts and use the situation to make plans. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it is for that Dongfang Yuliang. This blood veil is extremely thick. To break it, we will need to use our trump cards and bombard it repeatedly. Free Scholar said as he looked at Fang Yuan. The traveling Earth 3 heroes lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming, and Su Guang. They were only rank 6. Other than Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, they had revealed rank 7 battle strength. Only Fang Yuan was left. Pai Shuihan also looked at Fang Yuan. These demonic path GU immortal experts naturally would not let Fang Yuan take advantage of them. Fairies, please protect my safety. I am going to use my full strength now. Fang Yuan transmitted, and after getting a confirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the corpse mountain blood veil was covered by a layer of ice. It was like a huge ice mountain with a hole in it. Fang Yuan did not care. He mobilized the 8 strength path giant hands and positioned them in 8 different directions. His palms faced inwards and pressed against the surface of the ice mountain. His 5 fingers dug into the ice mountain. Rise! Fang Yuan shouted. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered everyone's ears. At first, this sound was inaudible. But soon, the sound became louder and louder, rumbling like thunder. The earth trembled, and huge cracks appeared in the surroundings of the ice mountain. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the ice mountain that was covered in the blood veil was slowly rising up, as if it was about to leave the ground. The hall shook. Kanyang Larojun could not help but gasp. This is? Nebula's expression also changed. Not good. My immemorial ruin bat's corpse has already been modified by me. To stabilize it, it is one with the ground, forming a corpse mountain. The enemy seems to have the ability to pull out the mountain chi, but it counters this. Kanyang, quickly make a move. Dongfang Naganori's nebula was so anxious that his body almost collapsed. His main body could deduce, but there was a limit to a person's intelligence. Arrangements were fixed, even if they were meticulous, there would be accidents. Fang Yuan's pulling mountain Immortal GU was one such accident. Immortal GU could target any mountain. Dongfang Naganori had made an arrangement when he was alive. He connected the immemorial ruined bat's corpse with the surrounding terrain, forming a true corpse mountain. But this arrangement became a flaw. It was countered by pulling mountain Immortal GU. He can actually uproot this entire mountain? Pai Shuihan stared at it, his gaze flickering. Who is he? Free Scholar suppressed the shock in his heart. He used 1,000 disintegrations again, looking at the blood veil. With 2 sides attacking, Dongfang Naganori's side was in a bad situation. Old ancestor Kanyang laughed loudly, finally making a move. Look at my life-chasing fire. Chapter 798. Immortal Killer Move Life-Chasing Fire. Kanyang Larojun had a solemn expression as he slowly opened his palm, revealing a weak fire. This fire flickered. It was dim yellow in color and had no light, as if it could be extinguished at any time. Kanyang Laojuan's eyes, however, shined with a sharp light. Looking at the fire in his palm, he showed a proud expression. This was the ultimate move that made him famous in Central Continent. Life-chasing fire, go! Kanyang Laojuan's palm shook. The life-chasing fire shot out with a whoosh. The star will hastily opened an opening and made way for the passage. The life-chasing fire was inconspicuous. After leaving the blood veil, it plunged into the icy mountain. Boom! Almost in an instant, the huge dim yellow fire soared to the sky, burning the entire icy mountain. The demonic path GU immortals in the air were shocked by this change. But soon, Strange expressions appeared on their faces. Although the fire was fierce, it did not have any heat, especially the icy mountain that was in the fire was unscathed, showing no signs of melting. Some demonic path GU immortals were about to mock him, but at this time, the rank 7 demonic path GU immortal expert Pai Shuehan suddenly screamed miserably. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and the scene before them gave them a huge shock. Pai Shuehan's whole body was covered in fire, he was burning intensely, his face was twisted in pain. His whole body was emitting cold air, water was gushing out like dragons and snakes were coiling around his body. The dim yellow fire was not weakened at all, instead it showed signs of burning even more fiercely. What move is this? How did Pai Shuehan get hit? Why did I not see it clearly? Such a strange fire. Everyone, dodge. The demonic path GU immortals retreated, looking at Pai Shuehan with lingering fear as he used all his methods, trying to extinguish the fire and save himself. This fire, could it be life-chasing fire? Oh no. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he sensed something amiss, he quickly retracted his 8 strength path giant hands. But it was too late. The flames burned the iceberg, and soon after, they spread out like lightning onto the 8 giant hands of strength. The strength path giant hand was unharmed, but inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, faint yellow flames appeared out of nowhere. It burned quietly on the body of the 160,000 strength path phantom. These strength path phantoms. They were the ones who provided the power to form the 8 giant hands of strength in the outside world. They were bathed in flames, but they were safe and sound. Fang Yuan saw this. His heart was filled with a chill. This is indeed the killer move, life-chasing fire. Fang Yuan knew the power of this move. He hurriedly cut off his wrists. With a thought, the 160,000 strength path phantoms collapsed on their own. Without these strength path phantoms, the 8 strength path giant hands that were uprooting the mountain also collapsed with a loud bang. There was a loud bang. The ruin bat's mountain of corpses fell heavily onto the ground, causing a huge shockwave. The ground around it cracked, and countless pieces of sand and stones flew everywhere, causing smoke and dust to billow. Fang Yuan's uprooting mountain was interrupted, he suffered an intense backlash. His chest felt heavy and nauseous, and he felt dizzy. His body swayed, and he almost fell down from midair. He Lulan saw the situation was bad and quickly went to support him. Fang Yuan, however, avoided her like a snake, shouting, "Don't come near me." Saying so, he retreated, and like Pai Shuehan, his body also started burning with faint yellow flames. At the same time, Free Scholar's expression changed, he was also hit by this move, his body also started burning with flames. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually sense aura, it can trace our attacks back to the source and enter the immortal aperture. Free Scholar's heart shook intensely. At this moment, Free Scholar finally understood why Pai Shuehan was so flustered. It was because not only was his body being burned by the flames, his immortal aperture was also filled with flames. Forget about the former, the latter was the headquarters of GU Immortals, it was their foundation. After many years of painstaking management, countless cultivation resources were stored inside. Now that this fire was burning, it directly burned the hearts of those who were hit, making them want to vomit blood from the pain. Pai Shuehan not only had to extinguish the fire on his body, he also had to put out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by ice or water, it was extraordinary. The surrounding demonic path GU Immortals pulled away from Fang Yuan, Free Scholar, and Pai Shuehan, afraid of being touched by this strange fire. Why is Fang Yuan's fire so much weaker than the other two? He Lulan had a bewildered gaze. The other demonic path GU Immortals soon discovered this phenomenon. Immediately, Fang Yuan's image in everyone's mind became even more profound and unfathomable. Free Scholar's gaze also paused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. The fire on his body was only a faint layer, like the flame of an oil lamp. But Pai Shuehan and Free Scholar were burning brightly like large torches. In just a few breaths of time, Free Scholar's body was already burnt to a crisp, emitting the smell of burnt meat. Free Scholar forced himself to remain calm, he did not panic, because he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. He activated the killer move madly. The light in his completely white eyes became even brighter. But this time, it did not shine on the ice mountain blood veil, but on his own body, into his immortal aperture. The dim yellow fire, under the pale white gaze, was quickly dissolving and weakening. Soon, the fire on his body completely disappeared. The fire in his immortal aperture was also controlled. 1000 Disintegrations was indeed useful. Not only could it be used against enemies, it could also be used for defense. Attack and defense in one, its power was extraordinary. In a flash, Fang Yuan also stood up. The fire on his body had disappeared. Only Pai Shuihan tried many methods, but the fire on his body became even more intense. His whole body was burnt black, the thick smell of burnt meat was emitting. He had to use healing Gu to heal his injuries while enduring the burning of the fire. He roared in anger. The pain on his body was even more intense in his heart. The fire spread in his immortal aperture. A large amount of resources were burned to nothing, but he could not do anything to this fire. What do I do? What do I do? Pai Shuihan thought rapidly. He was extremely anxious. Fang Yuan and Free Scholar did not speak. They watched coldly. The other demonic path GU immortals were even further away. Some of their gazes were flickering with uncertainty. They were ready to make a move. If Pai Shuihan was heavily injured and weakened, these demonic path GU immortals would definitely be moved. They would target Pai Shuihan and hit him while he was down. Suddenly, Pai Shuihan let out a loud roar. His body abruptly rose up, his whole body covered in flames. Like a flaming meteor, he shot out. This fire was a huge problem for him. There were many demonic path GU immortals here. He could not stay for long. Pai Shuihan's retreat was a wise move. Seeing him disappear into the horizon, the demonic path GU immortals at the periphery also sneakily left, following the path that Pai Shuihan left, vanishing quietly. In the palace, Kanyang Larojun laughed heartily. He said to Dongfang Naganori's Nebula, "How is it?" As expected of the life-chasing fire. Nebula nodded. This fire has the ability to trace back to the source. GU immortals often put GU worms into their immortal aperture. Thus, when tracing back to the source, it will burn in their immortal aperture. This fire uses life as fuel. As long as there is life, it will burn endlessly. Thus, to extinguish this fire, special methods must be used, for example, 1000 disintegrations. If one does not have such methods, they will have to cut off their wrists and abandon it, or let it burn, trying to restrain the life force in their body. As long as the life force is exhausted, this fire will be extinguished. Unfortunately, this Pai Shuihan did not think of this. He continued to heal himself, but instead caused his life force to flourish, causing the fire to burn even more intensely. Nebula said this and laughed lightly, praising, "Kanyang Larojun, this move that you created is truly unique. It is a unique method. As long as this fire burns, the enemy will be thrown into confusion. If it burns a few more times, even the wealthiest GU immortal will lose their foundation. They will lose their will to fight." Hearing Nebula's words, praising his method, Kanyang Laojuan's proud expression disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. The reason why Kanyang Larojun was called Cruel Sun was because of the life-chasing fire. Once this fire burns, even if it is extinguished, the enemy will be covered in soot. But it can also trace back to the source, following the attack and burning the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a GU immortal. If it was burnt several times, the foundation would be greatly damaged. Even if it could not burn the enemy to death, it could cripple them. Thus, Kanyang Larojun roamed Central Continent in his early years. He was famous. The GU immortals who fought with him would have a headache when they saw him. After becoming rank 7, Kanyang Larojun moved less, but in terms of battle strength, he was one of the top 5 in Crane Gate. This time, the collapse of 88-point Zhenyang Tower was a huge matter. Crane Gate sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, Fang Yuan and Free Scholar were helpless, and Pai Shuihan was forced to escape. Kanyang Larojun was trying to force the enemy to retreat, but he was also trying to intimidate Dongfang Naganori. In the end, Dongfang Naganori investigated clearly. He knew about life-chasing fire. he praised it on the surface, but it was actually a counterattack against Kanyang Larojun. Thus, it would be strange if Kanyang Larojun had a good expression. Life chasing fire. Kanyang Larojun, why is he here? Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the blood veil below him. He was puzzled. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Dongfang Naganori's possession was very secretive. Fang Yuan did not know about it. Now that he saw a central continent Gu immortal fighting with Dongfang Naganori's inheritance, he was surprised and perplexed. Earlier, even though Kanyang Larojun forced him to retreat, it was only for a brief moment. He did not expose his identity. Kanyang Larojun had a secret method to conceal his aura. When he attacked, he had the aura of a Northern Plains Gu immortal. The demonic path Gu immortals saw this, but none of them discovered anything. It could be said that Kanyang Laojuan's methods were profound. Not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He wanted to retreat. He knew that a central continent force had secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate him, the culprit, and also knew that someone had approached Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, suspecting his identity as Shohuang. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.